Ref, Nepal have won the toss. Rohit, you won the toss. What are you going to do, please, and why?
We'll bowl first, especially this wicket. Last 1 year they have not played in this wicket, so we don't know what it will offer. So, but looking at the wicket, there's grass and there's a little of dampness, so we'd like to bowl first.
How keen are you for this series? It's been a lengthy break, hasn't it? It's been a rarity too. You haven't been resting though. You and some of the players here at the T20, you've been playing some club cricket here too?
Yeah, we have been playing cricket, but eventually we didn't play ODI for last 6 months. So we are very excited for ODIs, and we know the importance of the series, especially the series we played in the home. It didn't went our way, so we want the series to go our way, and we have prepared accordingly, and yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Can you give me some team news? What's the sort of makeup of your squad going to be? Are you going very spin heavy?
Yeah, we are going spin heavy. The ones who are missing out today are Arif Dai, Anil Dai, Arjun and Rejan.
Okay, Rohit. Always nice to see you. Rohit Powdell choosing to have a bowl first. We'll have a chat now to Nicholas Curtin. Nicholas, what would you have done? You'd probably have had a bowl, would you?
Yeah, definitely. A bit of grass on the wicket, and as he said earlier, I haven't used the wicket in quite a while, so yeah, we would have had a bowl first.
It's been a journey, hasn't it, for Canada to get back to hosting ODI cricket. How big is this series as a consequence then?
Yeah, definitely. To play a home series, obviously we had some series a couple years ago, but that would have been like the Challenge League. So to actually have ODI cricket back here in Canada is really good and big, obviously following up from the World Cup.
Difficult tour, wasn't it, in the Netherlands? Are you hoping to turn it around on home soil, use these home conditions?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, as you say, home conditions, but we haven't played on this particular wicket in a while as players either. So obviously just to assess the conditions early, but I think we have a pretty good idea of obviously conditions outside of the actual pitch. So hopefully we can use those to our advantage.
Final question, any team news from you?
Yeah, we have 2 debutants today, Akhil Kumar and Ansh Patel. So yeah.
Wishing them all the best, as I wish you all the best as well. That's Nicholas Curtin, the captain of Canada. Nepal, it's been since the T20 World Cup since they've been playing. They're back into action. They've won the toss, Rohit Powdell, and they're going to bowl first. I think got a very green looking pitch here in King City. We're going to wait for a little bit to show you the teams and some other pieces of news. We'll just allow play to get up and running. Andrew Leonard here, delighted to have Manali Patel alongside me. Manali, firstly, very good morning. Great to be back with you. Hopefully everyone's going to be able to hear you now as well.
Thank you so much, Lenny. It's absolutely incredible to be back on air with you. It's been a couple of years.
2 years, isn't it? Yeah. And not just the return of one-day international cricket for Canada, but big day for Nepal as well, because they haven't been in international men's action since that T20 World Cup. And how brilliant were they down there?
Absolutely incredible. And out, especially the games played in the US. Tricks, something that the associates are used to.
Yeah, the question's going to be now, Manali, is are we going to be in for a tricky pitch here? We're all set for play. Karen KC has got the new ball in his hand. Aaron Johnson is on strike. Navneet Dhaliwal in a change in the batting order. He's back up to open. 2 slips in place. A couple of hundred fans in. And we're all set. And we immediately see not a huge amount of carry. There are 6 venues here, but this is the primary one of the 6. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and one of the ICC grounds on this facility specifically. And true fashion with that ball keeping a little low and a little slow. The Canadians are quite familiar with this track. They're familiar with this venue. And it's not known to generate a lot of pace. So while it's a bit lush out there,
edged away.
Runs.
Yeah, going to be a single. Kushal Malla, he's not really in a gully. He's kind of just a very tight backward point, maybe a wide gully, you'd describe it as. We've got probably, 150 fans in, something like that. A few Nepal flags are dotted around the venue. And perfect cricketing weather too.
Absolutely a beautiful day. So different for September weather here in Canada. Typically we start to see the trees change color by now, start to get a bit cold, but the weather's holding out, the sun's shining, expected to get to about 26 degrees today.
Dhaliwal coming back up the order. There's been a few changes, isn't there, in the squad since we saw Canada tour the Netherlands. Really difficult tour. The first tour as captain for Nicholas Curtin. And 2 debutants today. Tell us about them, Ansh Patel and Akhil Kumar.
Two youngins coming into the side. Akhil Kumar had an incredible showing out at the GT20 earlier this year. He's a short pacey. He's very skiddy as well off the wicket. So definitely one to watch out for. And then we bring in some spin with Ansh Patel on the other end.
It'll be a wide, you would imagine. Gets away with it, Karen Casey. Our two standing umpires at this end, which is the north end of the ground. That's Masadur Rahman from Bangladesh. Rohan Shah from Canada is joined alongside him at the pavilion end. Our third umpire, Arnold Medella from Canada, and Mr. Kent Hanam from Australia has made the journey up. Already looks like we could be in for some interesting batting conditions here, Manali.
I had a long chat with some of the Canadian players about this track and how to read it, because it's not as easy as you might assume here at King City.
Now hits the pad. Oh, this is incredibly close, and it's given, not out. Now on first instinct for me, it's certainly not going over the top. The only question is, did Dhaliwal get outside the line? I don't know if we can bring you the replay of that, but Manali, that looked very adjacent.
Well, we've just spoken about the pitch not doing what it's expected to do with a green top, but a little bit there for the Pacers early on. The Canadians feel that the ball is still going to hold up and slow down. Good early shout, though, in for the Nepal. This Nepal side.
Get us to the end of the first over. One run from it. Easily could have been a wicket as well. It's 1-0.
What's the issue with the broadcast?
Sampal Kami is going to get things going alongside Karen Casey, his old partner in crime. The two great friends are having potentially a few connectivity issues here from King City. So we're hoping that you're getting us in some parts of the world. And if you are, a very warm namaste. Good evening to back in Nepal. It is early evening there. Start as so we will see 11 a.m. starts throughout the ODIs, and then we're going to move to midday starts for the T20s. Cami's got two slips in place, but they're very differently spread. It's sort of a first slip and a third slip, and these do not look like conditions that are going to be conducive to early run scoring. A lot of work has gone in, though. Man, you've got to give credit. The ground actually looks a picture.
It absolutely does. Driving in this morning, it's not the King City that we're used to seeing day in, day out. They've done an incredible job with the signage, with the tents. They've got some stands up for the fans. They're expecting the Nepalese to come out in numbers. And no surprises Monday morning, but they're here. They're here to support their team.
A bit of movement, shape away from Johnson, and this time the wide decision goes against the bowler. How are Canada placed? They had an outstanding start, didn't they, in this league? 4 wins from 4, but then it was the exact opposite in what was a tricky tour of the Netherlands. They struggled there.
Yeah, it was a tough tour for Canada, unfortunately. They're sitting at number 3 in those League 2 rankings. Oman at number 6 and Nepal 7th. And so important to be at the top of those rankings, especially if you're trying to get an automatic qualification into the next round.
Cut away with real power. Vintage Aaron Johnson. He's a dangerous player. Thuds into the Cricket Canada board. That went, well, like a rocket really off the bat, didn't it? Behind square. And the first boundary of the return to ODI cricket here in Canada belongs to Aaron Johnson.
He's a big man, and that ball just sat up for him neatly outside that off stump. He's a powerful batter as well. Born and raised in Jamaica. He's played cricket in quite a lot of different places, though. In the West Indies, played a little bit of cricket in England. And now representing Canada. I think they really felt the lack of Navneet Dhaliwal up in the Netherlands. Out with an injury.
Yeah, perhaps the surprise is Dilpreet Bajwa being left out as a swift piece of fielding from Kushal Bertel implements the direct hit, but Johnson safely home. He's just struggled in the field, isn't he, more than anything?
Yes, he does. He's got a couple of bad knees there. But when it comes to
4 catches, a lot of misfields
but
in the Netherlands.
He was the lone century scorer at the GT20 here.
Again, they were tough batting conditions in Brampton. I think it was George Munsey, wasn't it, of Scotland, the leading run scorer for the event. But Bajwa, as you rightly said, the only Centurion, whether that be from a domestic or a international player's standpoint.
And he was well on his way to becoming the leading run scorer at that tournament, but they did have to fly out early out of the GT20 to get to the Netherlands. So George Munsey, who had also had an exceptional time at the GT20, ended up at the top of that mark.
Again, some inconsistent bounce, and Asif Sheikh has to do well. Good news is, getting messages from Nepal. The broadcast safely working to Nepal. I think we're still having a few issues on ICC TV. Please bear with us. It's a Monday morning, and King City can be challenging. It's very rural here, isn't it? Can you give people a sense of the location?
Yeah, it is quite far north of the city of Toronto, downtown Toronto. And it's a little less rural than it was 2 years ago, Lenny. There is a lot more residential growth happening now. We're starting to see a lot more houses being built, a lot of commercial development as well. But that being said, it is a bit of a distance from the heart of Toronto. And that typically means that the infrastructure isn't quite up to standards when you're all the way out here.
So it'll be the 5 runs from the second over. Gets us to the end of over number 2. It's 6 for none. See if we can get a look at the 2 starting 11s. The 2 debutants in play here for Canada. One of them just an ODI debutant, but one of them a debutant full stop. Really looking forward to seeing the left arm wrist spin of Ansh Patel, Akhil Kumar on the surface. But for Monty Desai, he's gone really with the tried and the trusted. And the big story, I suppose, from an ODI perspective, is the return of Sandeep Lamachane back available for action. He had a big impact, didn't he, coming in for the 2 games. Wasn't able to get into the USA for the first 2 matches, although the second one was washed out. And I thought the way he bowled against South Africa and Bangladesh was exceptional.
And as expected, he's got a lot of experience under his belt. He's played a lot of cricket around the world. In terms of franchise cricket, he's made an impact, certainly, especially coming from Nepal. And to get that recognition worldwide, you have to be really good at what you do to get that sort of recognition and that sort of opportunity.
Fairness, the pitch isn't maybe necessarily doing as much as we expected. There's a very green tinge to it. The ground staff, Melvin, the head curator here, was saying that he's tried to keep as much grass as possible across the whole square, with this kind of being the real feature and focal point of the end of the summer, to keep the wickets together. Potentially 4 pitches that we could use out there.
Yes, and as you mentioned, it is coming to the end of the summer. We are now about to enter into our fall season. So to be able to have cricket this late, and by the time the T20s finish following these ODIs, we're going to be well into October.
But the weather, quite a few. Is this typical in Canada this time of the year?
Absolutely not. We're typically starting to see trees changing color already, the leaves starting to fall off. This is when we go into our pumpkin and cinnamon spice season.
Ah, there we are. Okay. I'm not a coffee man, but we'll have to see if we can get some kind of liquids delivered to us at some point. It's going to be hot today, talking about 31 degrees being the highs. And nice to see the fans already in there. They're being kept quiet for the moment. There's no wickets yet for Nepal. This one pierces the infield. Now Dipender Singh, the Tiger, hares after it, picks up quickly. One of the other big challenges here, Manali, he keeps it to a single. The outfield is not, it's not a bowling green, is it? It's quite undulated.
It is. But that being said, I think once the dew set up or sets, I think we are going to start to see a little bit of quickening of this outfield as well. I think there's definitely going to be some home ground advantage when it comes to the Canadians playing on this surface. A lot of them play in the local league here. And funny enough, Nepal have chosen to have a bowl first. But there were some discussions in the Canadian camp that they would have loved to have a bat first because they do know what the wickets are going to play like, despite the green tinge on there.
Yeah, I think it made a lot of sense for Nepal to have a bowl first, though. This one's jagged back in. Height is probably going to be the issue this time. And Aaron Johnson is smiling and indicating there's an inside edge as well. There were two noises in play compared to the first shout that looked, well, very, very adjacent. I think this one looks like a fair decision. Again, we're on the wrong angle, just have a few camera issues. So we are trying to work through the challenges. Probably the right decision here.
Yeah, I think it looked a little high. Aaron Johnson's a tall man as well. But they know how important that wicket is. Because once he gets settled down, he can really take a game away from you.
Yeah, and a few indications already after one that kind of ran along the ground that maybe this pitch is going to play a bit better than all of the pundits thought. End of the third, 7 for none. Get a quick look at the points table here. Manali, there's still the early kind of skirmishes, if you will, in this League 2. There is an update, though, because USA have just beaten Namibia down in Windhoek pretty comfortably, too, chasing down the 200 that they required. Canada, do they have a little bit of a false position in this table, given that flying start that they had and the difficulties that they've endured since?
I want to say no. I do.
Wishing you all a happier home. पैसा भन्ने कुरा जुन बेला पनि चाहिन सक्छ ठाउँको ठाउँ पैसा पठाउन मिल्ने
I mean, it was a bit surprising for a lot of us here to see how they went in the Netherlands. We weren't expecting a 4-0 defeat. That being said, the series that we played against the US before the World Cup, that didn't quite go as well as they would have hoped either. We've gone through some changes in the side as in terms of players. We've seen some coaching changes as well. So I think they're just trying to find out what the new balance is going to be.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say there's been some inconsistency, no doubt about that, as this edge squirts away to that sort of floating slip, almost a third slip. Kami just building up a bit of a head of speed. Pupadu Dasanayake, for the moment, is certainly no longer the head coach. It's an interim position that Khurram Chauhan holds as the coach for the Tour of the Netherlands and now this home series. And that was probably a surprise to many from outside of Canada. Pupadu Dasanayake's reign seemed to be a very good one.
Yes, he has been exceptional for Canada. I mean, he's been exceptional for the associate world everywhere that he's gone. So definitely thankful to him for all the amount of service that he's given to Canadian cricket in terms of bringing that ODI status back. And then our first ever appearance at a T20 World Cup. But Khurram Chauhan's been under his leadership for some time. He's the assistant coach while Pupadu Dasanayake was the head coach. So he has seen a lot of that coaching style, a lot of some of the strategizing and the analysis.
Extravagant movement this time for Kami. Gets it going away from the right-hander. Dhaliwal is going to count himself lucky to be out there. Big LBW appeal in the first over. Good news is on Kantapur TV back in Nepal, We've got over 100,000 concurrent viewers already. So the action is successfully being broadcast back to Nepal. Namaste and a warm good evening to everyone there across Kathmandu and Pokhara, Biratnagar. The outside edge this time really nicely bowled. And we will work on getting the ICC TV feed and indeed the fan code feed up too. Tell us a bit more about that GT20 then. That's obviously been something that's really helped the Canadian players' development. You're involved?
Yeah, Canadian players and associate cricketers, to be honest. We've had a lot of players showcased that come from the associate world in terms of Canada, the US, Scotland, Nepal as well. We had 3 players from Nepal featuring in that series.
Driven, but not with any particular conviction. Rohit Paudel, the skipper, will do the fielding. Gets us to the end of the 4th. Just 1 run from Sampal Kami's second over. We think it's over. Sampal Kami didn't, but it is. It's the end of the 4th. It's 8 for none. And Casey into his 3rd. Canada, the journey back to ODI status has been quite a long one, isn't it? 11 years since there's been one international cricket here within Canada.
Long indeed, but most welcome. And it's changed things around for Canadian cricket and the development of cricket as well. That points table sitting at number 3.
Nicely bowled. In Canada, played 20 matches here. In the West. And then the lowest score of the lot, that was against the Netherlands, 67 all out. So it can be tricky scoring, can't it, here? And you would imagine whoever wins the toss generally across the week is going to want to bowl first. But there's nothing that we're seeing in terms of demons in the pitch just yet.
No, the issue that we often find is that it just holds up a little bit. So you have to be very watchful before you go ahead and commit to a shot. But that being said, Nepal's been here for some time. They've had 3 players who've stayed back from the GT20 and they've played some local cricket. So they've had exposure on this track, which is a lot in the sense of getting used to the conditions here.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. It's a full length and Dhaliwal, well, he's having real issues getting going. It's a maiden over from Karen KC. He's bowled with a really nice rhythm. 5 have been bowled halfway through the power play, 8 for none. Well, a quiet start for Canada, taking a little while to get going. Johnson hasn't had much of the strike. It's mainly been Dhaliwal on strike, and Nepal will be acutely aware of the danger and the power that he possesses. Nepal did have the benefit of a warm-up game as well, didn't they, Manali? You're just showing me the details of that there. Against sort of a local high-performance select 11. Good leave, a strong leave from Johnson. 7 wickets shared between Lalit Narayan Rajbanshi, took 4 for 22, and Sandeep Lamachane 3 for 51, and then a wicket also to the left-arm spin of Kushal Malla. It shows potential.
Square. And no surprises that we're going to see spinners come in, and no surprises that Canada has added Ansh Patel as the debutant in this first ODI.
Yeah, plenty of spin options. There always is for Nepal. It's not just Rajbanshi and Lamachane as the kind of out-and-out spinners, but you've got Dipender Singh Ari's all-round skills. Rohit Powdell bowls really good off breaks. We've seen Kushal Bertel's wrist spin be used more and more often, and then Kushal Malla brings that all-round aspect to his game too. So potentially, although Kami and KC have started really strongly, we might not see a huge amount of Gulshan Jha with the ball.
I think the other important factor that we're going to see come into effect is the fielding. We know Nepal's a very strong fielding side. We've seen some woes on the other end from Canada. So those 1% factors of making small chances into bigger ones, I think Nepal is quite effective at taking those. They've got rocket arms from the deep.
Pretty significant change in the field here. The man who was out at deep third, he's been brought up into the circle, almost a 2 backward point scenario in play. And now there's a deep cover sweeper out there, Kushal Malla. Other man outside the circles on the leg side. That's a wide fine leg. And short and wide and cut away. And I think it's cut all the way. In fact, it's just one bounce just in front of the rope. It's quite big square here, not so big down the ground. There was all sorts of positioning of fielders on the offside. I'm not sure short and wide was the plan. Johnson likes that bit of width and gets 4.
Yeah, he does punish you if you give him a loose delivery, and he does just that on that occasion. The placement was beautiful as well. There is a deep cover fielder in place. He made sure that it got it as square as possible to try and take him out of the equation. 4 more runs. Another boundary for Aaron Johnson.
Good leave this time from Johnson. He's a critical man with the bat, isn't he? Obviously in T20I cricket we've seen his flying start for Canada. He's found it a bit more difficult in ODI initially.
I think he has his days, and the days that he does do well, it is such a benefit to his side. What it does, it takes off all the pressure from the batters coming in after. They can play a little bit more freely. They've got that foundation up at the top. Very important to this opening partnership pair.
Sandeep Lamachane has just run across from mid-on to the pretty detailed conversation with Sampal Kami. Goes fuller inside edge and so nearly the first wicket. It'll be Sharkey that hares after it, and with Johnson's kind of slowness between the wickets, there's not going to be a lot of 2s and 3s on offer. Nepal will certainly look to outfield Canada. What about Kami's new hairdo? Manali, what do you reckon? Is there a little bit of maybe some Jake Fraser McGurk, Adam Zampa in that?
What is it with cricketers and fancy hair these days?
Is it a mullet?
It looks like a mullet. I don't want to call it a mullet because it automatically drops in value there.
You'll see it now. Watch it as he just runs into the bottom of your shot. He's a stylish man, is Sampal Kami. End of the 6th. 5 runs come from that one. Canada won't be altogether displeased with their start. It's 13 for none. Well, the first change in bowling, and it's going to be the change to what I think we might see quite a lot of, which is spin. It is Nepal's strength. It's what they did so well, particularly in St. Vincent during that T20 World Cup. They played to their strengths. I thought Dipender Singh Ari bowled wonderfully well. Lamachane had his impacts on the game as well, and Johnson too has some difficulties and some challenges against spin, particularly left arm spin. One slip in play, Kushal Bertel. And oh my, maybe from the first delivery we might have a wicket. It's given. Johnson can't believe it. Square leg had a good look at it. He's not happy to say the least, and he's refusing to go. And the umpire, the standing umpire, is saying, you need to get on your way. He's put the finger up. And Johnson is going to have to take the long and inevitable walk back. We're going to see if we can get another look at this. It looked like it barely carried. If it did, the change to spin has worked immediately, and Nepal have the first wicket.
Well, that is a shocker. Aaron Johnson, clearly a disappointed man. He does not want to walk off. He's trudging off. The slowest walk that we've seen in a long time from him. But that inclusion of spin has picked up a wicket. Rajbanshi comes in first.
It did look as though it carried. We don't have the benefit of a second look. We're in the same position you are at home. We've got some really significant technical connectivity and power issues here on the opening morning of the series. But it looked like it just carried. Is that fair to say?
I think we need a replay to double check on that one.
Yeah, again, we didn't have the right angle.
Listen, we can say whatever we want, but it's clear that Nepal believed that the catch was taken. They were up in a flash and they were celebrating. Contrasting views from the Canadians. There was a time when Navneet Dhaliwal on the other end was also not sure. So both batters trying to have a word with the umpires that it may not have carried. Nepal was certain from the time that the ball entered the hands. But absolutely right, Lenny. I think the spinners are going to have a big part in today's game here, as expected at King City.
Probably looking at another maybe 30 or
बाट ई-सेवा मनी ट्रान्सफर मार्फत ई-सेवा वालेटमा पैसा पठाउँदा काठमाडौँमा घर जित्ने मौका
क्वालिटी हेर्नु हुँदो रहेछ मूल्य होइन
नो कम्प्रोमाइज विथ
Great to have you with us as Rajbanshi is clipped away for his first run. So it'll be a wicket and a run from his first over. 7 have been bowled. It is 14 for 1. Driven into the gap, and it's the captain at backward point who does the fielding. That's an area of concern there just in front of him, isn't it? It's where there's a lot of the kind of club cricket at this venue is played. They lay a mat over that, do they? Or how does that work?
Yeah, there is a matting that goes on there, gets nailed into the ground. And we've actually, where the stands are in this venue right now, we've moved into the second ground here. Moved over a little bit to the right. But never easy fielding there, especially if it takes an awkward bounce from there.
Yeah, it's certainly somewhere that if I was fielding, you'd be aware of. You'd want to be cautious of the fact that if something's hit there, particularly in the air on a one bounce to you, you're really going to be putting the body on the line in terms of how it's going to react to that. And actually with this, I know you had some rain a few weeks ago, but with this kind of unseasonal hot weather, chance of that might dry out over the coming days and get more and more difficult and challenging. It's something that I think all the teams will need to be aware of. Whereas as far left on the square as we can go, as you look now, as this one challenges the inside edge, and then the other potential pitches we can use, if we call this number 1, you'll have 2, 3 and 4 as you go to your right. Boundary dimensions, you're talking about down the ground here towards the pavilion, about 60 metres. The other end towards the north or the college end, it's about 57. And then square, it's a bit bigger, isn't it? Sort of 65, 67.
Yeah, it's been an interesting summer here in terms of the rain. We haven't seen a lot of rain in the last couple of weeks, but we have seen some downpours before that. In fact, we've broken some records.
Really nicely bowled by Karen KC. Nepal have impressed me so far this morning. Feels like the climate's changing all over the world.
Shorter winters here. In fact, last year we'd lost out a couple of weeks from our skiing season. It was just too warm for the fake snow to stay around. And this year, in terms of the rain, we've broken some serious records. We've seen flooding around Toronto like we've never seen before. 100 millimeters of rain in 2 hours, something that's you wouldn't see in a whole month.
Where was that?
This was about a month ago now.
Now that one has gone a little bit through the surface and just carried through. Probably a good lead by Dhaliwal, who's 2 off 25. Shows how difficult run scoring is going to be. Well, you know, I've just come from Delhi from that test match, or the test match that was supposed to be the first ever in Greater Noida. We had 1,200 millimeters of rain in 7 days. I thought that was a lot.
And I mean, they're just finishing monsoon season there, although they've received a lot of rain in India. Unfortunate for both sides there. Afghanistan were really hopeful to try and get that test match in.
Driven, a little bit in the air, but squirts away across the outfield, and Nepal hunting in a pack out there. 3 fielders come together to cut off the boundary. They'll pick up a couple. Pargat Singh looked really good at phases there in the Netherlands, but he's a player rich.
Takes you to an automatic qualifier.
So Rajbanshi in to his second. If you're wondering how brilliant the Nepal community is, Anil Kumar Saz just walked around the boundary. He sees that we've got no liquids here because we're just having a few day one challenges. And he just tossed me a Gatorade. That's, look, or sorry, which is it? Powerade, isn't it, with the Coca-Cola sponsorship. As this goes down the ground, really well struck. And that's gone a long way, nearly over the retaining net. Well, what a start from Pargat Singh. Tossed up teasingly, he took the bait, smashes it for 6.
And that's their talent. That's the talent we were talking about earlier. More than capable with the bat. A bit of flight, and it did go a long way. It's a good thing we've got a net along that ground because there's a beautiful house just on the other side of it. You don't want to break any windows there. But that was a massive 6.
First maximum of the tour. Clever bowler Rajbanshi probably won't be able to hit him down the ground twice. Have you seen many hit over that net here in your time? It's a big hit.
We have seen some go over there. The ball's never quite come back though.
Bowled into the surface this time, but mid-on was hanging back because of the maximum. So it's good batting from Pargat Singh. Takes the risk to get the big hits and then follows it up with a single. Yeah, you'd imagine that you'll usually get good reward there hitting straight, won't you? 57 metres down that to that shortest part of the ground, but that would have cleared, well, probably any boundary in the world.
Yeah, it's a shortish boundary. There isn't much wind in the air today either, so you're relying on the power off the bat. Didn't really matter for Pargat Singh on that one though.
I think we're probably going to have to get those scores corrected as well because there's a dot ball that we've missed after the maximum. And that is going to round out the over. We think it's 7 runs from it. The score is 24 for 1. Karen KC to continue. Pargat Singh has started more aggressively than Dhaliwal. Dhaliwal just playing the conditions here, Manali?
Yeah, playing it out, trying to get his eye in, try and read the conditions. But that being said, 4 off of 30, he's going to want to try and push that strike rate a little bit. You want to make sure you're not leaving too much for your co-batter, your batting partner, because then you're going to put him under pressure as well with no runs coming on the board. He's got to try and push for those singles and doubles somewhere.
Just going to lose those graphics for a few moments. They're going to scamper a quick single. Now Powdell was in quickly. And that might have been close with a direct hit. We don't have any square cameras in operation, so we probably won't be able to tell you anymore. We don't have replays right now either. Just a reminder, if you are tuning in, you're joining us for the first time. Firstly, a very good morning. Welcome along to the Maple Leaf Cricket Club grounds here in King City. This is the first of 6 ODIs in ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, supported by our friends at Dream 11 as always. We are having some technical challenges this morning. Some power and production and connectivity issues are meaning that we don't have replays. Right now, we're not going to have the facility to get second looks at things, and we are working on those challenges alongside the host to try and straighten them out. It's the first of 6 ODIs, played from the 16th to the 26th of September, and then the 3 teams, Oman alongside the hosts Canada and Nepal, who are returning to action for the first time since the T20 World Cup. They'll play 6 teams. This one is hooked away and going to be hooked away for 4. Short ball tested out by Karen Casey, and Daliwell finally finds something to cheer.
He got some good bat on that, and he'll be happy to have picked up a boundary. It's going to do wonders for his confidence as well. Always a good feeling to get that first boundary, especially when you're about 4 off of 29 deliveries. But the bowling's been tight from Nepal this morning. They have started well. They've bowled strong lines. And of course, the introduction of spin, bringing on the first wicket.
He's sort of a laconic style, doesn't he, Daliwell? A very simple technique, a narrow stance, but it's proved pretty obdurate for the moment, pretty effective. Andrew Leonard here alongside Manali Patel, former Canada Women's national team player, former captain.
Just for one game.
Just one game, but that's technically still former captain.
I will take it.
And we're going to be guiding you through all 6 of these ODIs, just the 2 of us, side by side throughout them, and then hopefully get you through all the T20s too, and hopefully with better conditions to come. We do have a few challenges on this first morning here in King City, and Canada won't be overly displeased with the power play. Just the 1 wicket from it. It's 29 for 1. So we're into the second power play, and the cheers you heard from the Nepal fans who've come up to King City on this Monday morning are because of the entrance of one of their very favourites, Sandeep Lamachani, his wrist spin into the attack. And he'll start out from the north end, bowling to Pargat Singh. And immediately there is some turn on offer. Power play, Manali potentially honours even.
I do believe so, yes. .30 off 10 is not a bad start, and that too with just the 1 wicket for Canada. Nepal, on the other hand, have done well to limit those runs. I think the next few overs are going to be difficult with spin.
Just managed to find a way to, we won't be able to bring it to you on air, but we've managed to find a way to get a look back at that dismissal of Aaron Johnson, the 1 wicket to fall in the power play. And it was a very marginal caught and bowled chance. I think with the 1 look that we've had here, it probably has just carried, is it? Johnson didn't seem happy.
I think it looks out. It just looks like he might have grounded that ball, but I think the way he rolled out of that dive. It looked like he had full control of it, and it was in his hand. I don't think he grounded it at any point.
Marvellous effort, you have to say. The athleticism that he's shown, particularly for someone who's known as one of the weaker fielders in the Nepal side. Lamachane gets a little too straight. Can be guilty of this sometimes, just goes hunting for wickets, but Cami will keep it to just a single. But he came forward very swiftly, didn't he? It was a bit of a nothing shot from Aaron Johnson.
I think that might be what we heard them say earlier, where the ball does hold up a little bit as well.
A bit of a misread in the field will allow the single. Yeah, we're trying to get one more look here ourselves. I think it's probably the right decision. I think it has carried. I think it's actually an exceptional catch. Again, we only have one camera angle, and that is with those connection problems and challenges, so probably hard to say for certain. As a no ball is signalled, and it's going to be a free hit. It was a front foot no ball, it looks like. Lamachane none too pleased with that one. Well, I wonder, was it a front foot no ball, or was it maybe the bails being knocked off at the non-striker's end? Either way, Dhaliwal has a freebie to have a real go at. Now, because they're into the second power play, 4 fielders laid out, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket all in place. And that's given us a wide. Oh, sharp turn on offer.
Well, a no ball, a free hit, and then a wide. So that's going to mean that this delivery here is also going to be a free hit. A few extras here to start for Sandeep Lamachane, but positive signs because there is a lot of turnout there.
There's also a question from Pargat Singh about whether or not there was enough fielders in the circle. There are. A real Monday morning feel to the start of this game, all sorts of issues. Free hit again, edged away, and it's going to be edged away surely for 4 because it's so short straight here. And Arif Sheikh cannot cut that off. He's on as a sub fielder. I think Karen KC may be the one who's off at the moment. And that no ball has proved very costly.
Unlucky for Sandeep Lamachane. Thick outside edge, and it's raced away to the boundary quite comfortably. Navneet Dhaliwal, he'll be happy with that. It wasn't in most convincing fashion, but it's runs nonetheless.
Going to be a good start for Canada to this second power play. 10 runs have come from Lamachane's first over. 11 bowled, 39 for 1.
Jaw coming into the attack. Coming in from the pavilion end. So we're going to continue with the combination of pace and spin, working in tandem. Good strategy this from Nepal. Making sure the batters are constantly being put under some pressure, whether it being with some pace or whether it being in the form of turn.
Yeah, interesting call this one. I didn't think we'd necessarily see a huge amount of Gulshan jab. Starts with a really loose one, barely pitching on the cut strip of grass. Signalled as a wide by Rohan Shah. He's one of our two standing umpires from Canada. We're just going to continue to remind viewers that we're having some pretty significant production challenges here right now on the ground. We can only apologise for those. There are a number of people working on those, from the host, from our production crew as well. And all we can do is continue to give you the news as we have it, as best we can. Short and wide and cutaway, but protection is out there. Deep backward point, Kushal Malla does the fielding. The series itself, the 6 ODIs, the 6 T20s, very, very important one, it feels like, given the respective early places of these three sides in Cricket World Cup League 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So important. Each and every game actually has a big effect. We saw the losses earlier for Canada, drop them down a couple of places in those ODI rankings. Nepal coming into the scene in the ODIs after a bit of a break as well. Oman's not had the best of times in their previous ODIs. So this is an important one for all three. And no surprises that both Oman and Nepal came here earlier to try and get some warm-up games in. In fact, they've got some advantage knowing that they've played warm-ups at King City. Not exactly on ground A, the one that we're on today, but they've been on the facility, and the warm-ups that they've played are in very similar conditions. So they're not going to be new to how these wickets are going to play.
I think you got to give Canada a bit of credit as well. I thought even Johnson, I know he'll be disappointed with his dismissal, but he was showing kind of, by his standards, quite a lot of grit and determination in terms of not taking on the aggressive option every ball. They're battling out there. They know it's not going to be a 300, 320 surface. So they're just trying to bat some time, and they're getting the reward as a consequence now.
It really is about spending time out in the middle at King City. You have to take the time, and you have to really understand that the runs are not going to be as free-flowing as you're expecting. Some home ground advantage there for Canada.
Now he attempts the leave, but ends up accidentally hitting it down to short third. Beats the diving, sprawling effort. I think that's Arif Sheikh, who's still on the field as a sub-fielder. I believe it's Karen KC who's just off getting a bit of treatment. For Nepal, it probably just won't be delighted with after the really tight start from Kami and KC. They just won't be delighted about how the last 15 or 20 minutes have gone.
It was an incredible start with the ball. The few extras have just put a little bit of blemish on the incredible start that they've had. But that being said, they're still quite on top of this game, Nepal, with their bowling. And technical issues aside, looking at the positives, I mean, the venue looks a picture, and the weather is holding up. I know the last time you were here 2 years ago, you had to wear a toque. I remember that.
I forgot the word. I remember you used a word that I didn't know. I have it in the bag. I think it's the same one. A beanie. Beanie's the word that we use. Toque. End of the 12th. 43 for 1. 42 for 1 the score.
You're a smart man to bring that toque back. You just know at King City, you never know how the weather's going to play.
ट्रान्सफर मार्फत ई सेवा वालेटमा पैसा पठाउँदा काठमाडौँमा घर जित्ने मौका
Can't wait, won't wait. Sunfeast Dark Fantasy.
Official warm-up games of the World Cup, and
bowling, but a lot because of his fielding and the energy that he brings to it. And I'll be honest, I got a little bit of stick from my co-commentators down at the qualifier last year when I called him, but in my opinion, he's the best fielder in the world. And then Carlos Brathwaite, who was commentating with us, came and played. So Irie gets a lot of the headlines, but it's actually it's much broader than that. It's a team effort. We spoke about Rajbanshi being maybe the weakest fielder in this starting 11. He's just taken an outstanding catch off his own bowling. The brand of cricket they play, the energy, the positivity, the enthusiasm they bring, well, it's just brilliant. It really is, and they're a joy to watch. Still have their challenger, Ken Tanham, the ICC match referee, is going to want to stamp this out quite early on day one.
yeah, you just see how close up Sandeep Lamichhane got to Pargat Singh.
तपाईको असली एनर्जी रेड बुल असली नै रोजौ
अब उत्सव हुन्छ अझै बढी रमाइलो किन्नुहोस् 400 ml मात्र रु 50 मा
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडी यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह
DHI ले हजुरहरुको घरमा पनि धेरै खुशी ल्याउनेछ wishing you all a happier home
चिल्लो प्लास्टर मात्र गरेको बाहिरी भित्तामा एशियन पेन्ट्स ड्याम्प प्रुफ लगाइहाल्नुस्
So Gulshan Jap, he comes into his second over. The Nepal fans are certainly outnumbering the Canadian ones at the moment and just starting to get into the contest now that we've crossed midday.
Never a surprise there, Lenny. Never a surprise. I was at the Netherlands-Nepal game at the World Cup in Dallas, and I think there were 4 Dutch fans. It was full of fans from Nepal. A couple of years ago, they had a couple of friendly games here as well, and they came out in busloads. Just incredible to see the amount of support that they offer their team. Lovely to see that sort of support here.
We'll see if we can tell people where you're at.
You're not going to find it on that phone, Lenny.
You've got to have one of them.
No,
What's
I
on there?
don't.
Oh,
Actually, my husband's been awesome. He's the one managing the account.
Okay, well, search for Manali Patel on Instagram.
615.
And only if you send her nice messages, okay? No mean messages allowed. But yeah, if you have... Well, look, the first message comes in from Bishal Shah. Poor quality of broadcast. Frustrating. We don't want those messages. We want nice messages. Nice messages in terms of where you're watching from. Hope you're enjoying the action. We know that we're glad to hear the feeds going out nicely to Kantapur there in Nepal. And great to have you alongside us. As this one's cut away really nicely. Kushal Mala's going to have work to do in the deep. And he does it pretty well because the outfield is bumpy and keeps it to just a single. I think the ICC TV feed is now up, but again, we're working without internet and without power, so it's actually a pretty miraculous job from the team bringing you these pictures. We want to thank all of the boys trying their very best to get them back to where they should be, and they will hopefully be better. We thought it might be 30 or 40 minutes. It looks like it might take a little longer than that. We will keep you posted, and we'll try to describe the action as best we can, as Canada have moved to 46 for 1 in the 14th. Started pretty nicely, actually, on what we felt was going to be a difficult batting surface. Very green. Really, really green square. A lot of grass left on the pitch. And there's been a few that have gone up and down, but not a huge amount of sideways movement.
No, I mean, your reaction this morning when I met you was, that is a very green wicket out there.
Yep.
And it is, but it is playing in true King City fashion, where the green doesn't have as much of an effect as you'd expect, but it does have variable bounce and it does spin a lot. So no surprise if we see a lot of spinners coming into the action today, and no surprise if they're part of the wicket takers.
Yeah, spin is going to be critical as Gulshan Jha gets to the end of his second over. We're pushing towards that first drinks break, but not quite there yet. 14 bowled, 46 for 1. Bowler's arm, Lamachani would love 1 before drinks. Ball seems to be coming out really nicely, doesn't it? Good drift and curve into the right-hander right now.
He's in good nick, Sandeep Lamachani. Picked up 3 wickets a couple of days ago at one of the warm-ups that they played against the HP Jaguars.
I think that's the googly out of the back of the hand, but Dhaliwal deals with it very nicely, punches it down the ground. For Nepal, is there a little bit of a case of maybe needing to kind of look to plan B a touch here? Plan A hasn't necessarily gone entirely their way.
I will be honest, I'm quite surprised that we've not seen spin on both ends. I was expecting potentially seeing spinners on both ends. We might just see that after the drinks break. But believe me when I say this, Canada's going to come out with a lot more spin than pace.
Might again have been a variation from Lamachani. I think that could have been either a little top spinner, maybe a googly. He does have a few different googlies, come out in different ways, and such a wicket-taking threat, isn't he, Lamachani? Probing away this time, just a narrow inside edge. Keeps Dhaliwal's wicket intact. He'll be actually looking to get to drinks now, won't he? Just 2 balls remain. That one is definitely a googly. Sharp turn. It comes up onto the right elbow, Pargat Singh.
Sitting on 15 off 29, Pargat Singh. Navneet Dhaliwal 18 off 45. Not been an easy time out there from the batting side, especially Navneet Dhaliwal. He's been very hesitant.
Another googly to finish out Lamachani's third over. 15 have been bowled. It's time for a break here for all the players. They're welcome back to King City. We are broadcasting to you live here from the Maple Leaf Cricket Club grounds. We're about 40 minutes outside of Toronto. The most perfect day for cricket, as Nepal are coming back into men's international action for the first time in 3 months in this, the first of 12 international matches on the Nepal, Canada and Oman tri-series. It's going to be exclusively hosted here in King City. Canada maybe edge the first session, moving the score to now 50 for 1 after 15 overs with that wide. And just the 1 wicket to fall, that of Aaron Johnson to Lalit Rajbanshi. Pitch that had a very green tinge and a green look to it. It was actually played pretty well. And Rohit Paudel, who very understandably won the toss and decided to have a bowl first, is now searching a little bit. We've seen Sandeep Lamachani send down 3 wicketless overs after an expensive first. He's looked pretty good. And Raj Banshi, the only other bowler used alongside the three seamers in Gulshan Jack, Aaron Casey and Sampal Kami. If you're just joining us, we have to explain that we're experiencing some pretty significant technical and production issues right now. You will hopefully be able to see the feed, but not at the quality that we would like. That's due to some of those connectivity issues that we've already explained. Andrew Leonard here with you alongside Manali Patel, the former Canadian women's international. Manali, we have to apologise one final time about those production challenges we have. We hope that it will get better. But on the cricketing end of things, certainly Canada have been pretty impressive so far.
Yes, they've anchored. They've gotten another partnership going between Navneet Dhaliwal and Pargat Singh. Just the one wicket down after the first drinks break.
That's nicely bowled, squares him up just the outside edge from Dhaliwal, who's been promoted back up the order. It's some pretty significant changes from that tour of the Netherlands where things were pretty tricky for the Canadians.
Yeah, no surprises there, though. Navneet Dhaliwal has been part of the top order for quite some time for Canada. He has opened the bat as well. In fact, both Aaron Johnson and him had an opening partnership of over 100 runs against the MCC, who were touring Toronto, Canada all of last week. They played a game against MCC, the first game against MCC, and they came out on top of that. So that's going to be another wide. It was a decent contest, and it was actually one of the first times that we've seen this summer in terms of an ODI or a one-day format to see the Canadian batting lineup really fall into place. So some positive signs coming out of that series. A good time as well for MCC to tour. Acted as the perfect warm-up for Canada coming into this ODI series. And Nepal just starting to lose it a little bit here with the extras. Been fairly tight with their line and length. 7 wides bowled so far and 1 no ball. 8 extras in total. In the grand scheme of things, it's not so much that extra run, it's the extra delivery that could go for more runs.
Half volley driven, but one of the challenges here, the outfield, despite the good weather, it's not going to be particularly quick, is it? So he struck that quite nicely, but still isn't able to get it past Sampal Kami at mid-off, who fields very well.
Yeah, a bit spongy around that square. You really do have to strike the ball. Time it well.
Protection out there, a deep backward point, a position very much in vogue these days. 2 ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 Tri-Series in action at the same time on the exact same days. I think that's the first time that's actually happened with the expansion now to 8 teams in this league. So the action this morning was in Windhoek down in beautiful Namibia. Really special place that, where Namibia's recent struggles have continued. Jan Nicol Lofty-Eaton back into the team after, well, an interesting absence for him. Disciplinary reasons. He's missed that World Cup and missed the last 3 or 4 months. He did get a couple of runs, but no wickets as this is edged away for a single. But Namibia could only manage 199 despite Jan Freiling's 70 from 88 deliveries. And 199 was never really going to be enough against America's much vaunted batting lineup. 72 for Madank Patel, the captain, and 59 for young Saiteja Mukamala, who rightly is back in the ODI team. Couldn't believe he wasn't playing in the Netherlands. And USA pick up a good win by 6 wickets. They look like they're a side who will definitely have their eyes on the top 4.
Yeah, this is a different US side. There's something in terms of the belief that they have that's so different and so powerful. And they've certainly got the talent to back it up as well. A solid squad. I mean, they showcased so beautifully at the World Cup. 16 overs gone.
So Lamachani's going to continue, and Powdell, we'd be seeing the play from, but you get a sense, don't you, as to what the batter's seeing from this angle. And the fascinating thing for me, just watch the drift as the ball comes out of the hand. It'd be more so when it's a leg break. And that's not a leg break, that's a little flatter, quicker one, but everything forces into you, and then the natural stock delivery will turn away, bring that slip into play, bring the keeper into play, and challenge the outside.
It's very difficult from a batting perspective. Were you a good player of spin?
I like to think I was a good bowler of spin. I was a very bad... for a spinner, I probably wasn't a particularly good player of spin, but I wasn't a great batsman. Lower order runs at 7 and 8.
Yeah,
Never made a century.
I always enjoyed batting at the top of the order. The pace is good.
You were an opener, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. I never made a century. It's one of the only regrets I probably
I
have in
have
the game.
also not made a century.
Is that right?
No, I have not.
86 for me, the highest score.
We didn't play a lot of 50 over games.
Mainly
and
T20?
T20s. Yeah, well, I played a fair share of 50 over games, considering the amount of cricket that we had back in the day. And then T20 came out of nowhere and replaced all of that 50 over action. So
it's been the way, I think, across a lot. Like, they're not sure if they actually are. They just think they are. And as a consequence, the shorter formats are being played more and more regularly. Now, this is beautifully bowled, and the umpire's finger goes up. He finally gets a decision going his way and gets the Nepal fans sparking into cheers of joy, elation. I'm not sure which delivery it was, whether it was the googly or the leg break. Again, we don't have the replays for the moment, but either way, finally the finger's gone up.
well, it's Sandeep Lamachani as well, who gets the breakthrough. Canada lose their second 55 for 2 now after 16.5 deliveries. And it's Pargat Singh. He goes for 17 off 35 deliveries. And just when Canada looked like they were starting to build a partnership and get a base to be able to be a bit more attacking,
through. Managed to get a look back on our screens in front of us. He can't bring you those back up to be able to bring these pictures at all. It looked to me as though, again, it was the drift that did the damage. A leg break that's drifted in, probably pitched around off. Gone on to hit the back leg. It was a pretty risky quick single. Scampered through to a straight mid-wicket. But Lamachani has the breakthrough and another ODI wicket to his name. It's 56 for 2.
Harsh Tucker, the new man, comes out to the middle. He joins Navneet Dhaliwal, who has, well, he's opened the batting. He's been out there for some time and he's just asked for his hat. Time to get rid of that helmet as the spinners take charge. 20 off 51 for Navneet Dhaliwal. It's been slow going. He's been out there and he's seen 2 wickets go down, one of Aaron Johnson and the other of Pargat Singh. And we really hope, from a Canadian perspective, that now that he's been out there for 51 deliveries, he's going to be the one to get a big one for his side.
You do have the feel, don't you, Manali, that it's the kind of surface that you may never truly feel in on, particularly against the spinners. Maybe less so against the quicks. There wasn't much laterally against the fast bowlers. Going to see another one of the spin options introduced. Kushal Malla will come into the crease. He has had definitely a couple of months in the gym, it looks like to me. He's got even broader and wider, isn't he? I know he's still a very young man, so he's still growing, but is he looking incredibly muscly at the moment? Very rare that the Nepal players, I know the 3 who are at the GT20 were still playing. There's that one pounced upon by Dipender Singh Airi. But it's very rare they get much time off, and actually I think probably a lot of these players will have needed a bit of a rest after a hectic 6 or 7 months, all the emotions of the World Cup. So Kushal Malla seems to have spent his time off in the gym, it looks like to me.
They did go to Sri Lanka as well for a training tour, but a lot of rain on that tour.
350 over games against a Sri Lanka development 11, 2 of them completely washed out, and then a pretty good game actually, the 3rd game down in Colombo, they're in the capital city. That was their preparation before the 1 game here on Canadian soil too. Are having issues with the cameras from both ends, so often not able to show you the view that we would like. And again, we can only apologise. We'll continue to do that throughout this first innings and hopefully be able to try and patch things up where we can. As Malla does enough off his own bowling. Do you think that Rohit Paudal's now identified that, okay, seamers didn't bowl badly, but it's going to be spin to win today?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, a couple of overs too late. In my opinion, he should have had spinners on both ends a lot earlier. 18 overs gone, 57 for 2. For players, whether it's their international calendars or whether it's franchise cricket around the globe. I mean, back in the day, we saw a lot of action for the main internationals, and now to be able to see the associate players get the same amount of exposure, some of the access to the franchise tournaments is massive, especially from a financial standpoint.
And now the Nepal crowd starting to really find their voice, trying to spur their side on. They want wickets. A lot of cricket to be played here, particularly just in the first innings, let alone across the course of this match. And you can see a situation where a Lamachani can get on a roll here. And that's the googly out of the back of the hand. Airi fields very swiftly. Such a sharp outfit, aren't they, Nepal, the way in which they do everything. You can just see the way their strength, their conditioning, their finesse, their fielding. It feels like a surface to me you could lose wickets in clusters on. But it's also a surface you don't need to go searching for wickets like Lamachani did with that delivery.
Yeah, you want to just try and keep it simple as a bowler, and the wickets will come. Tricky tracks to bat on. We talk about the fitness And you talk about the finesse. Lenny, the thing that stands out for me most is just the intent and the positivity around this Nepalese side. Got a positive approach to the game, and everyone gives it 100%. You asked me about the importance of GT20 earlier as well. I mean, for an associate nation to have its own franchise league is massive. It's massive because it brings in so much talent and ability in the form of international players. You get the exposure here on your own home soil. And then also financially, it's a big win.
Almost an appeal from Lamachani, but then he realises it's off the inside edge. And that'll get us to the end of the 19th. Score moves to 61 for 2. At home. Promise we can do all we can in the background, trying to pressure everything we can to make sure that we get the issues we're facing remedied and fixed up. And again, we don't have quite the quality camera that we would, quality of feed that we would like to give you either right now. But with no power, we're on a backup generator right now, and no internet. We're literally on a cellular phone tethering to bring you these pictures. We are, well, quite rural here in King City, so it's pretty miraculous we're actually being able to bring you these pictures at all right now. No, it should be better. We apologise, and we hope that it will be remedied as soon as possible, and we'll promise to keep you updated on that. Canada continuing to grind away here. It's going to be a grind. It's not going to be 320 plays 280 every one of these ODIs here. It's a reality of associate cricket. It's a reality of this league, as Lamachani feels swiftly. You're always going to be tested by different conditions, different circumstances, and it's a test of wills, isn't it? Test of character.
And a test against some tight fielding. But Canada will feel comfortable knowing that Harsh Thakur is out in the middle. He's 6 off 12. He's coming off a half century against the MCC. What he does so well is he's able to build that innings, and when he gets to that point where he thinks that it's the right time to launch, he can quickly change that strike rate and accelerate the innings.
Yeah, misfield, rare one at backward point. That throw at Powdell, the skipper. Didn't really cost anything. There's going to be a single anyway. 4 singles from Mala's second. 20 have been bowled. It's 65 for 2. See Lalit Rajbanshi replace Sandeep Lamachani. Slip in place, close catching cover 2. As Dhaliwal continues to, well, be very obdurate, doesn't he? He's not really looking to score a lot of the time either. Is this part of the game plan right here for Canada?
Well, I'm hoping that they're going to show a little bit more intent soon, especially Navneet Dhaliwal, who's been there for 60 deliveries off 23 runs off 60 deliveries. They're going to show a little bit more intent soon, especially Navneet Dhaliwal, who's been there for 60 deliveries off 23 runs off 60 deliveries. We talk about the intent so often because there's a big difference between defending a ball dead versus defending it into a gap. Still try and rotate. Still try and put some pressure on the fielders.
Yeah, really good diving effort from Bim Sharkey, who's at backward point. Yeah, you just sense that particularly the Nepal fans here are desperate to start to sort of try to get into voice, try to get some impact on this contest. It is a very bit of a surreal sort of Monday morning feel, doesn't it? It's like everyone's finding their way back in and just trying to almost work out what to do on a surface that neither side knew what to expect from. Nicholas Curtin said at the toss that they haven't played here in a long time, so they don't know what to expect either.
There are some of the players who have played local cricket over the weekend, though, so there is some experience there. Another quick over. 21 gone, 66 for 2. Another quick over. 21 gone, 66 for 2. 21 gone, 66 for 2. Another quick over.
Kushal Malla into his third over. Funny bowler to watch, isn't he, Kushal Malla? Looks very innocuous, but he's actually quite clever. He's quite canny. He relies a lot upon sort of subtle changes of pace.
Very slow through the air as well, making the batters wait. Quite different from what we see these days where the spinners want to dart every ball in. There's still value in flight.
Chip back towards Malla. Now, did that carry? Maybe not quite. Don't think it quite got there.
Well, asking questions here, Kushal Malla. That one popped up. Maybe diving forward, but always difficult when you follow through.
Now Dhaliwal comes down the track. Lamachani's going to have work to do. Gets the dive in, but can't cut it off. Better from Dhaliwal. A little bit of intent there. It was tossed up again. It's a nice cover drive and beats the dive of Lamachani. At long off, he can't cut it off.
Good shot this from Navneet Dhaliwal. The first time that we've seen him use his feet as well, coming down the track. Almost a release of a shot. After that, we're going to call it a drop catch.
We just can't tell you whether it carried or not, can we, with the angle we had. The Nepal fans, the biggest group of Nepal fans who are out square of the wicket, they seem to indicate that it might have just carried. But it was kind of similar to the Rajbanshi dismissal of Johnson, actually. Another one that just sort of stopped in the surface. And given that Dhaliwal had that close LBW call in the first over, living a bit of a charmed life as 5 runs come from Malla's third. It's 71 for 2. First over from Malla's third. 71 for 2. 71 for 2. Do you see Sampal Kami warming up down at long off? The question will be, does Rohit Paudel want to continue with the spinners in tandem? Maybe the surprise thus far for me, still no Dipender Singh Airi, although they could be saving his overs for Nicholas Curtin. This one beats the outside edge, a nothing shot from Thakur. You have to remember the kind of struggles at the death for Nepal, particularly in 50-over cricket in recent times. Over the last 18, 24 months, Airi's been kind of one of the go-to death bowlers in that third and final power play. Not many off-spinners in the world, are there, who specialise as a death bowler, but he's a unique kind of bowler with his trajectory and his style.
Positive signs here for Canada. Navneet Dhaliwal using his feet down the ground on 2 occasions in the previous over, picked up a boundary as well. So maybe just starting to switch gears here.
And there's that use of the feet again, and a very elegant stroke from Dhaliwal. You're just speculating off air about potentially use the feet again, and a very elegant stroke from Dhaliwal. You're just speculating off air about potentially use the feet again, and a very elegant stroke from Dhaliwal. You're just speculating off air.
And confidence written all over it from Navneet Dhaliwal. Good use of the feet. And I think he said, enough's enough. I'm going to start being a bit more aggressive. It's a change in the body language as well. His shoulders just a bit broader. Feels like he's had enough time out there to get his eye in. He's settled in.
Beats the outside edge. Thacker's probably something we're going to see quite a little bit through this series is batters not find it easy early. 23 balls, 78 for 2. Will be the change we speculated about. Sampal Kami is going to come in for his second burst. Ball from the pavilion end here, replacing Kushal Malla.
Surprising move this, considering we were going so well with spin. They're going to have to make sure that the line and the length is as solid as it can be now in Nepal, especially with pace on and with Navneet Dhaliwal on the other end feeling more comfortable. He's got his helmet back on. But he is seeing the ball better. And after a couple of boundaries under his belt, the confidence has risen. Confidence has risen.
those Northens.
See, boundaries north is done.
Pick it up, yeah? How about a few significant ongoing issues? Connectivity, technical, internet-based and power-based issues. We're working off backup power and backup internet right now, so please accept our sincere apologies as a good piece of fielding from the skipper. We'll keep it to just a single. Didn't miss anything too much whilst the audio was gone. We're out for about 2 overs now, as we're approaching the halfway stage of this first innings. Andrew Leonard here alongside Manali Patel, the former Canadian Women's International, as Lalit Rajbanshi's into his 5th. And just 2 runs come from his 5th over. He's got one.
Absolutely. And incredible the amount of cricket that they're going to play as well to get there. It's a good ladder by the ICC that's been put in place. Make sure that you've got the best of the best to come up and have a chance at representing at the World Cup. It's a good ladder by the ICC. The best of the best. Make sure that you've got the best of the best chance at representing at the World Cup. 14 teams to feature in the upcoming ODI World Cup. And of course, the top 4 ranked in the Cricket World Cup League 2 go straight to the qualifiers. We've seen some good positive cricket from the associates at the World Cups. In fact, the T20 World Cup recently. The USA qualifying for the Super 8. It also means it makes the qualification process for the next T20 World Cup a lot easier for Canada, as they don't have to face the US in the regional qualifiers.
Yeah, and certainly in a big way brings someone like Bermuda back into, you know, the picture for a potential maiden T20 World Cup appearance. They've had the 150 over appearance back in 2007, infamously, not just famously, because of that marvellous Dwayne Leverock catch off Malachi Jones against India. As Kami tests out the short ball. That's played off the under edge down to 3rd for a single. Yeah, we certainly, I think we all associate cricket lovers like you and I are all very much in favour of the expansion to 20 teams for the T20 World Cup. We saw how much of a success that was, and actually how I think in reality it will get even better, but particularly for the Cricket World Cup League 2 teams, they're going to play much more T20I cricket in this cycle now in the next 2 years than they did in the previous one. It's not going to be every Cricket World Cup League 2 series there'll be T20 stapled onto, but probably more often than not. So we've got 6 T20Is after this. I think down in Namibia it's the same with Namibia, UAE and USA. So those sides should be really well prepared when they go to India and Sri Lanka, but it'll be a difficult path to qualify for. USA have that golden ticket of getting there automatically. Zimbabwe will have to go back through the African regional qualifiers. They'll actually have to go to a sub-regional. That'll be next month in October. And we could see some some massive mismatches. Sides like Zimbabwe, the only full member having to go through the process. I think they're going to play against some sides ranked 70th, 80th in the world. So could be a few interesting scorecards there. But it's meritocratic for a reason. Zimbabwe didn't get to the last World Cup. Uganda beat them on the day, and that meant that they deserved that. Can report one of our cameras has come back up, so that's good to see. We'll be able to see a bit more of the action. And Canada will also not have it all their own way. Bermuda very nearly took their place off them there. What was that, about a year ago now?
Yeah, last year we all had our hearts in our mouths in that first game against Bermuda in the regional qualifiers. It just goes to show you can never take it for granted, because on their day, a team that you might say would be a favorite may not be able to pull off what they need on the field. Of course, they did eventually come out on top of that series, that qualifier Canada.
Knuckleball, I think that one from Sampal Kami. Good variation. 3 singles from the over. Canada continued to be happy just to plod along. It's been a funny one as well for Bermuda, because I think if Bermuda had worried more about playing the game rather than trying to not play the game, because if the game wasn't played, they would have got to the World Cup. But they kind of got lost a little bit in the war of making the argument that they shouldn't be out there, and as a consequence, they never really were at the races down the leg side. They also managed their net run rate really poorly, whereas Canada managed it really well to put them into a position where they basically just needed to win that last game, which they did at the National Sports Centre there in Hamilton, and it got Canada back to the World Cup, where I thought, well, they were actually really good at that World Cup. They only got to play 3 of their games, didn't they? They should have beaten USA in that opener, but they continued to seem to have a mental block against them. They were in a dominant position till Aaron Jones played the innings of his lifetime. Then they did beat Ireland, and rightly so. I'm almost disappointed you haven't mentioned that yet, Manali. Stifled appeal, probably too far down, bit of bat involved, not a lot going for it. And then they gave India a good contest too. Or sorry, no, it was Pakistan they gave a good contest to. They didn't get to play India down in Florida.
Yeah, a lot of rain in the Florida fixtures, unfortunately, for Canada. But you mentioned it. That's a bit of a soft spot, that game against the US for us. Put up a lot of runs in that first game, opening match of the World Cup, and just not able to pull it off in the end. Ireland, yeah, it was a good win. How was that, Lenny?
I think Canada deserved the win. I thought they outplayed Ireland that day.
Ireland, yeah, it was a good win. How was that, Lenny?
Really good diving stop. Again, speed across the ground from Sampal Kami. That's the key to that stop. They were challenging pitches in New York. I think we can dress it up and pretend they weren't, but you know, 120 was a really good score, and Canada got a bit more than that, and it proved to be more than enough. This one's square driven away, but the angles are good from Nepal, so it'll only concede a single. That's where the majority of the fans are, probably, what, 200 or 300 in on a Monday. A few umbrellas being used, but not for rain, because it's a very pleasant sunny day.
It looks pleasant on the screen. It is going to get pretty hot today. And look, Lenny, we talk about those 1% factors in cricket. T20 cricket really gives you very little wiggle room when you don't get those 1%ers right. And against the US in that opening match, Canada just not able to hold it together. The nerves were coming into play. And when you're at that top level, you really have to make sure it's a mental game at that point. Everyone is physically able, everyone is physically fairly close, but if you can't hold the nerve together, if you can't hold your mental game, then it's not going to go your way.
Flatter through the air this time. Dhaliwal can't beat Lamachani. He was quite tight in there at backward point. Gets us to the end of over 27. Canada 87 for 2.
As they don't have to face the US in the regional qualifier.
DHI ले हजुरहरूको घरमा पनि धेरै खुसी ल्याउनेछ. Wishing you all a happier home.
चिल्लो प्लास्टर मात्र गरेको बाहिरी भित्तामा एशियन पेन्ट्स ड्याम्प प्रुफ लगाइहाल्नुहोस्.
साथी हो गएन भने जिन्दगीभर रिग्रेट गर्नेछु.
Played off the under edge down to third for a single. Yeah, we certainly, I think we all associate cricket lovers. You and I are. Cammy round the wicket now. A little bit of variety. Definitely an indication that things have not gone the way maybe that Nepal would have liked. A few hands on hips all of a sudden in the field, and on a surface that we thought was going to be helpful for the bowlers. They've only found 2 wickets in 27 overs.
Yeah, credit to the Canadians as well. They've anchored and they've started to just show a little bit more intent. Navneet Dhaliwal, he's moved on to 36. Harsh Thakur going well on the other end as well.
I'm not too sure what the plan is here, because there's only 3 fielders on the leg side. And naturally, you would imagine a bowler bowling round the wicket is going to be hit to the leg side more often. It's not like it's time for death bowling. It's not like Cammy wasn't getting a bit of assistance from the surface. Now a 4th fielder comes across to plug the gap at mid-wicket, but it just feels to me like Rohit Powell is maybe searching for something that it isn't needed. Probably you would have felt that beats everything. Can't believe it's missed, in fact, but it's going to take a miraculous ball like that to pick up a wicket from around the wicket. It's usually a defensive tactic.
Oh, that was an absolute ripper. He held his face for some time there. Cammy standing in the middle of the wicket. And it's the height that saved Navneet Dhaliwal.
Very narrow margin for error as, oh, this is going to probably be 5 runs and there's nothing that Dhaliwal can do. It's been incredibly swiftly fielded, as always, by Dipender Singh Airi. Dhaliwal's done nothing wrong. He's run his line, and it's going to be 5. And that's a bit of insult on to injury at the moment for Nepal. Canada, maybe, if anything, getting on top here. Usually, you would see that the batters shouldn't run from etiquette or the spirit of the game. But once it goes to the rope, as well, England and New Zealand fans know better than anyone from the 2019 World Cup final, when the throw deflected off Ben Stokes' bat and ran away for 5. There's nothing you can do. You can't really blame Dipender Singh Airi either, because he thought there was a run-out opportunity.
Was sharp in the field and a quick throw. Unfortunate for the bowler that those runs are going to get counted against him. Some discussion still out there between umpire Navneet Dhaliwal and Sandeep Lamichhane. Discussions about that running after the deflection.
I'm really not sure about this tactic. I don't think it makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure they're attempting to buy a wicket or exactly what the plan is. The scorers are struggling with the 5, and understandably so. It doesn't happen too often, but it means that there's been 9 runs from that over at the end of the 28. So 22 overs left in this first innings. Sandeep Lamichhane is going to be recalled to the attack. Still no Dipender Singh Airi, probably the big surprise of the morning. As Powell will turn back to his real wicket-taking threat. He'll look for Lamichhane to impact the game into his 6th over now. Are you surprised by the lack of Dipender Singh Airi's off-spin, even though it's the 2 right-handers out there?
Yeah, he's been very successful with the ball for Nepal, so very surprised that he's not been brought into the attack. They want to try and get another breakthrough here in Nepal. You've got 2 batters that are starting to settle down again. And more importantly, Navneet Dhaliwal is very close to that half-century mark. And oftentimes we see once you reach that 50, the level of confidence goes through the roof. You start to open up those shoulders a little bit more. I've spoken earlier about just how different the conditions are at this League 2 level in terms of all the countries involved in it. You'd have to really master each and all of those conditions. But something that's helping that right now is all the franchise cricket. A lot of associate players playing all over the world, which has naturally improved the level of cricket.
Yeah, this comes off an edge and it's going to fall into no man's land agonisingly for the Nepal fans. Between Powell at backward points and KC out at deep cover. No control at all, and it was a shot built upon the pressure of the 3 previous dots and the fact that Harsh Thakkar's just battling out there.
Yeah, 15 off 40. A few too many dot balls for his liking.
Googly out of the back of the hand, but oh, this could be a run-out opportunity. Given not out. Airi, of course it was Airi. Who else would it be? And a good quick piece of glove work from Asif Sheikh, a reminder, we don't have replays and we don't have square cameras either. We can't tell you how close it was, but Nepal certainly looked interested. The decision again goes against the visitors.
You have to be so careful when you toss that arm. Dipender Singh Ari, he is quick. You have to be so careful when you toss that arm. That's cut away. And again, a good return throw. They'll pick up a quick single. And that's going to be the end of the 29th over, 99 for 2. Here in our commentary tent, such a true supporter of Harsh Tucker, his father. He's at every game that he plays here local, whether it's a local game or whether it's a game that he plays for Canada. One of the youngsters to have come through the Canadian system, Harsh Tucker, from the juniors all the way to the seniors.
So change in bowling, not the off-spin we thought we may see, but going to be the off-spin of the captain, Rohit Powdell, whose part-time off-breaks have definitely become a bit more than that in recent times. Effective bowler, but it's an interesting matchup because the reason we thought we weren't seeing Dipender Singh Ari was because of the two right-handers at the crease. The hundreds come up here in the 30th over. A little bit of applause just comes from the Canadian team tent across to our right. And you'd have to say that Canada should be really pleased with their position right now.
Yeah, they've built well. They've brought the 100 up as well in 29 overs. Inside the 30th over. I'd said par score about 170, between 175 and 200. You've got a contest on your hands. 30 over mark. You want to try and double that score. It'll get you to about there, 200.
Yeah, I think they'll want a lot more than that, given the 8 wickets in hand. I know there's still the wicket-taking threat of Lamachane, but these two on what's been a very green-looking pitch have built a nice partnership for the 3rd wicket. You just have to be careful, don't they, between the wickets, because Nepal, that's probably where they've looked the sharpest. Not that they've bowled really poorly, but they just haven't maybe been at their very best. And understandably, their first international match, proper international, in 3 months, and their first in this format for about 6 months. There's certainly a big difference, isn't there, between the T20s and the ODIs. It'll get us to the end of the 30th. It's 103 for 2. Do look at this Nepal team and you think, well, they've probably gone in with a bowler too many. Gulshan Jazz probably in the team as a batter, but he got his overs probably going to be underutilised. Lamachane's into his 7th now. He'll only have 3 remaining after this one. I just wonder, is the balance of the 11 that Desai has gone with today maybe a little skewed too heavily towards too many bowling options? If you look at 3 of the 4 players not in the team, Arjun Saud, Anil Shah and Arif Sheikh are all batting options. Rijan Dakal, the only bowler to miss out, the left-arm seamer. As Lamachane's clipped down the ground, it looks like Dhaliwal's going to be content to just plod along, get to 50, and then will it be then he'll really start to try and change gears?
I have a feeling that's when he is going to start to go for it a little bit. 3 runs away now from that half century. Well, he's bought his time out there in the middle, and he has helped anchor the innings after those 2 wickets. And while we talk about Navneet Dhaliwal, Harsh Tucker on the other end, he is no stranger to being able to hit a long ball. And he's got plenty of time to do it, 20 overs to come. And you mentioned it earlier, Lenny, the T20 format has really changed cricket the way we know it.
There's also probably the freedom here for... So that one's fielded a cover, just going to be a dot ball. There's also probably the freedom here for... Probably the freedom for Canada just to play out Lamachane here. He's got 3 overs left after this one. If he ends up with 1 for 35, that's absolutely fine. Instead, they're going to take on the bad ones. And that's hit down the ground. Again, it's the shortest boundary that there is at this venue. One bounce, and it's a welcome boundary for Harsh Thakur.
Well, look back at Harsh Thakur, Sandeep Labichane. He wasn't too happy with that one, but he went straight down the ground. Harsh Thakur, a lot of confidence on that shot as well, as he picks up a boundary for this Canadian side. Harsh Thakur, straight down the ground. Harsh Thakur, a lot of confidence on that shot as well. Boundary for this Canadian side. Boundary for this Canadian side. 31 overs gone, 108 for 2.
He's bowled one over himself, and he's going to turn to Lalit Rajbanshi now. Sampal Kami's warming up again. Gulshan Jazz going through a few stretches in the cover region. It's a big benefit to have so many bowling options in one way, but it can be a blessing and a curse at the same time.
Well, he's changing them as often as you would in a T20.
I think it shows his frustration as this is clipped off his hip. Just going to be a single. Bim Sharkey does really well there to stop a potential second. You were just saying, Manali, plenty of batting to come too for Canada, and Nicholas Curtin, this platform that he has, he'll really thrive. He'll surely be in next.
I do believe so. I think we're going to see Nick Curtin next if we do see a wicket. And then Shreyas Mova, who's been so good. Very consistent with his batting.
Yeah, they might look at mixing that up though. Mova's probably not the sort of impact hitter that you would like, is he, at this stage for Canada. Curtin probably at 5. Be interested to see what they do with Dylan Hayliger. Whether he might float up the order a little bit and try and come in and take advantage of those really short straight boundaries. It's an area that he loves to hit. It's almost like a shadow boxing game here. Neither side's necessarily ahead. I don't think either side is overly comfortable in their position either. Rajbanshi does well off his own bowling. You can see Thacker's trying to get going, but it's just the kind of pitch that maybe scoring's never going to be really easy on. It's not that you can't grind out to 250 or 230 or 240, but the runs that Canada have scored so far today, Manali, they've been very hard earned.
You had to work for every single run. Nepal's not offering too many bad deliveries. I think time will tell whether they're going to be in a comfortable position or not at the end of this innings.
32 bowled, another over. Probably favouring Nepal. Just one run. Something from the pitch. We spoke about how you may never be in this surface, and Kushal Bertel takes the catch at backward point, and Nepal have the third.
2 runs shy of his half-century, Navneet Dhaliwal. And this is a good delivery. Hitting the deck hard, getting the bouncer in, and he was just trying to guide it, Navneet Dhaliwal. He knew there was a fielder there, he just didn't get the elevation. Easy catch in the end, and Canada lose their third, 109 for 3, as Navneet Dhaliwal goes for 48 off 90 deliveries. He'll be disappointed with this.
And that's going to get us to that second drinks break. We'll have a break here in the commentary box. We'll continue to try and work on these production challenges that are ongoing. Our apologies yet again for those. Really about a month, isn't it? Maybe 6 weeks in his new role. He'll stride to the crease at number 5. He'll be pretty pleased with the platform that he has, but plenty leap from back of a length up towards the shoulder of the bat, and Kushal Bertel came in from backward point to take a good catch. Excellent piece of fielding from Dipender Singh Airi. It's not easy on this uneven outfield, and Nepal generally fielded outstandingly well. Andrew Leonard here, as always, for your Nepal internationals, alongside Manali Patel, the former opening batter, captain of the Canadian women's team. Manali, it's great to be back with you. Great to see you again after a couple of years apart. We've seen kind of hard to describe first couple of hours, haven't we? This one's edged just short of Bertel, who's in a sort of gully position. Neither side is ahead. I don't think either side's going to be overly happy with their position at the same time.
I think only time will tell how this game plays out. It's pretty even Stevens at the moment. And they've picked up wickets at regular intervals. They really did need one when they just got the wicket of Navneet Dhaliwal, who, unfortunate for him, got to 48, did the hard work, faced 90 deliveries. So credit to the Nepalese bowlers in picking up those wickets.
Fuller in length this time. Curtin gets it away for a single, and Irie wanted to take him on for the run out but couldn't pick up cleanly. So Curtin, who is very swift between the wickets, gets it away.
It's going to be interesting how these two well. Just a little bit of a kick into the ground from Deepinder Singh Airy after that missed chance. He didn't pick up the ball as well as he would have liked. But, you know, it just puts a little bit of a doubt in your mind as a batter when you see an attacking fielder like that coming at you.
Already just a few signs, isn't there? You can see even though we're only 33 overs in, some of the kind of disturbance that's being caused to the pitch. Canada have the likes of Harsh Thakur as well. Anj Patel, be interesting to see how his left arm spin goes. So the other left arm spinner come in. Parveen Kumar, good diving stop, is going to save 3 runs. Excellent from Kushal Malla at mid-on. Probably
I see a lot of spin, Lenny.
Excellent stop from Kushal Malla. I'll probably repeat it for the one last. With some internet connectivity issues, some power issues around backup internet, backup power. We thought they were initially going to take about an hour or so to solve. We're about 2 hours in. Maybe let's hope for the second innings we'll be back towards where we would like to be with the coverage for you, and we can only apologise sincerely for those issues. We're trying our best here. 33 bowled, 113 for 3. 1-0. Did bowl the 1 over in the warm-up game. Slow through the air and teasing and tempting from Powell. Smile on his face as always. Fancy new pair of sunglasses to go with a haircut ahead of the series too for the skipper. This is slog swept away and really nicely played. Cammy thought he might have been able to cut it off, but there's only the one man deep in the leg side square of the wicket to go alongside long on. And that's a good stroke for 4.
Good signs this for Canada as well. Nick Curtin coming out to the middle just 6 deliveries ago. He's on the attack with that sweep and placed beautifully. It's timed well, despite the fielder being out there. He races away for 4 runs. Timed well, despite being out there. Races away for 4 runs. Races away for 4 runs. Timed well, despite the fielder being out there. Races away for 4 runs. Races away for 4 runs.
That was his best against the Netherlands, but his ODI scores were 1-14-0-9. This is edged and there's no slip in place, so what could have been the fourth wicket will instead be a single, and Curtin's going to need to get back because Thacker had slipped. A little bit of everything's happened in that delivery. Could have been two different dismissals. The end result will be one run.
I was looking at that throw come in for some time, Nick Curtin. All's well that ends well, though. He's back to his mark, ready to face the next delivery. All's well that ends well, though. He's back.
Yeah, the kind of bowler that Powdell is, he can be quite slow through the air. Like that, and you almost sense that he's trying to, early in Curtin's innings, prey on his aggression and create an opportunity before he gets in and gets set. Oh, I thought Irie would have been a great matchup to Curtin. We're going to find out if he is fit to bowl. Got someone not far from me who might be able to tell me. That'll get us to the end of the 34th. It's 120 for 3.
Charlie हजुरहरूको घरमा पनि धेरै खुसी ल्याउनेछ. Wishing you all a happier home.
चिल्लो प्लास्टर मात्र गरेको बाहिरी भित्तामा एसियन पेन्ट्स ड्याम प्रुफ लगाइहाल्नुहोस्.
प्राकृतिक राख भएको विश्वासिलो
बाहिरी भित्तामा एसियन पेन्ट्स ड्याम प्रुफ लगाइहाल्नुहोस्.
प्राकृतिक राख भएको प्राकृतिक राख भएको विश्वासिलो प्राकृतिक राख भएको प्राकृतिक राख भएको विश्वासिलो प्राकृतिक राख भएको.
We're surprised.
Another change in bowling. Been plenty of them, isn't there? In fact, it's not. It's Gulshan Jha to continue. Apologies. That one just reacts out of the surface. I think this could be a good matchup for Nepal to Curtin. A little bit of extra bounce. Yeah, you certainly think that for Powdell it's a case of with the sharp turn that he'll get because he's slow through the air, just trying to create that opportunity. Not hearing of any injury as such to Dipender Singh Irie. We know he had those really difficult ankle issues. I don't think he was any more than 70 or good matchup for Nepal to Curtin. A little bit of extra 80% fit at the World Cup, but with the rest that he's had and then the GT20 under his belt, probably just the big surprise for us today is that there's been no Irie with the ball yet. It's driven very nicely, but Kushal Malla has had a good day in the field, isn't he? Another good stop and probably another 3 runs saved.
The live wires in the field. Live wires, and again, just a bit even Stevens out there. It's hard to tell, hard to judge where this game's going to end up at that 50 over mark. Sitting at 121. The live wires in the field. Losing a wicket at a crucial time in a set batter. Navneet Dhaliwal.
You do get a feeling that Harsh Thacker has to get going here. 24 off now 57. We're not saying it's easy scoring conditions, but strike rate like that in the middle with the batting that's to come, that's not overly helpful.
It wouldn't surprise me, though, if Harsh Thacker is the one who kind of anchors the innings all the way down and Nick Curtin is the aggressor between the two. Just want to make sure that you have one set batter to take you all the way home. We know Nick Curtin is aggressive. We know he's able to put some pressure on the bowlers.
A little bit of a fumble from Irie of all people. It's so uneven there. That area where you can see the sort of, I don't know what is the matting surface that they play club games on, isn't it? But I went out and walked and it almost felt like it was concrete as opposed to clay.
Yeah, it is pretty hard because you want to make sure once you put the matting on, the ball's still going to bounce and play as true as possible. Harsh Thacker going at 43 strike rate. A little bit lower than he would like, lower than what he's used to out in the middle.
Yeah, and you can see Curtin, he's immediately been very positive. There's Monty Desai in the background. He'll often do this, he'll walk drinks, he'll do his own stretches. Man, he likes to keep fit. He knows that a lot of the fate of his side in this league is going to come down to crunch periods like this. 15 overs to go, neither side's ahead here. Nepal won't be overly pleased, neither will they be too unhappy. Canada are only plodding along at a run rate of, well, a bit more than 3 and over. But the next 15 overs are probably going to decide this contest either way. Nepal don't have the strongest away winning record. So this game very much on the line as we get to the end of the 35th. It's 124 for 3.
सबैभन्दा उपयुक्त स्टेनलेस स्टिल वाटर ट्याङ्क पञ्चकन्या एसएस ट्याङ्क 10 वर्षदेखि गुणस्तरीय सेवामा समर्पित
तपाईको असली एनर्जी रेड बुल असली नै रोजौं
सानो सानो बचतले नै पूरा गरिरहेका हुन्छन् यी सबै आवश्यकताहरू त्यसैले सानो होस् वा ठुलो हिमालयन ब्याङ्कमा गरेको बचतले नै पूरा गर्नेछ तपाईको हरेक आवश्यकता हिमालयन ब्याङ्क
Well, sometimes in life, Manali, if you ask really, really hard and you ask really nicely, you get what you ask for. So Dipender Singh Auri is going to have a bowl. It'll be the 8th bowler to be used. Remarkably, it's hard to not get across how much we love Dipender Singh Auri. He is brilliant to watch, isn't he? And finally, he's been given the ball as late as the 36th over. Can he have an impact on the game? He's the man they call the Tiger, the three-dimensional cricketer. I wonder, was there a little message sent on by Monty Desai? Hold on, guys. We've got to get Dippy a ball here.
I wonder where that message came from. Now, he started well here. Just a single coming off of that previous delivery. But he's on the mark from ball 1. Always in the game.
Yeah, I think this is the matchup. For me, I understood why Powell gave himself an over against Curtin. But Irie to Curtin. You can see causing problems immediately. Angle in and a little bit of turn. Curtin wants a second mix-up. Oh, the throw's gone to the wrong end. Irie gets it to the keeper. And he's gone. It's Harsh Thacker. Complete miscommunication on all the brilliance of Dipender Singh Auri on show. Doesn't get the wicket with the ball. But we said the fielding could be the difference between these two sides. If they'd gone immediately, they'd have got back for the second. The throw went to the wrong end. But how well did Irie do to get the throw back to the gloves of Asif Sheikh, who whipped the bails off. And Harsh Thacker has to take the long walk back.
Disaster this for Canada. Absolute disaster and unnecessary run out. Miscommunication galore. And that's what happens when you've got fielders who are on the mark every single ball. They're celebrating the Nepalese. Nick Curtin, he's going to be a little disappointed with himself on that calling. Nonetheless, it does bring on the 4th wicket.
And we've got a replay for you. Here we go. I think there might have been a second if they both went immediately here. Again, it's that very uneven area that Powell has to field it off. Curtin initially, I think, said yes. Throw has gone to completely the wrong end. I don't know how Irie has done so well here. He's had to throw it over the head of Nicholas Curtin too. And Asif Sheikh just has to whip the bails off. Discussed between the two batters. And the problem is that Mova can start a little slowly as well. So that's a big breakthrough. Harsh Thacker, the one who has to go. Irie, interesting Irie. And so often you'll see those kind of issues when the throw goes to the wrong end, the opportunity squandered. But the quick thinking, the speed from Irie kept it as a run-out chance. Outstanding work.
And no surprise that it was him involved in that run-out as well. Dipender Singh Auri is just so quick, so aware of his surroundings at all times. Can't take it away in terms of credit for the keeper as well. Driven down the ground. Shreyas Mova is off the mark as well. That throw was well over the head.
Into life as well, hasn't he? The fans really enjoyed that moment. Sides just taking a little while to adjust to what are somewhat different conditions. And with 36 bowled, it's 128 for 4. Here's one more look at it, Manali. And again, so many runouts are caused by miscommunication. If both go immediately here, even with the throw, even if that was a direct hit, I think he would have got home. But instead, it was all about Dipender Singh Airi, wasn't it? At his very best, as always. Outstanding work from him. And it means that Canada have lost their fourth.
Take a little bit of time to get going as well. But the consistency that he's in, there's going to be a little bit of comfort knowing that he could potentially bring him home.
Fascinatingly now, Powdell's going to go to the two off spinners in tandem, bring himself back into the attack. Very much matchup based thinking this. They know how dangerous Curtin is.
At the GT20 recently, we saw David Warner get run out by Dipender Singh Airi. I can tell you, since that day, every batter watched very closely when the ball went to that man.
Yeah, one of the things I love about what Dipender Singh Airi brings to any team he plays for, and this is why I've been a big advocate in calling for him to be getting picked up in more franchise leagues. He elevates the standard of everyone around him. His attitude is marvellous. It really is. And so much of your fielding comes down to attitude. It's not necessarily, it obviously helps if you're going to generally do a lot better than if you're trying to avoid it and trying to kind of not enjoy your fielding. Nepal love fielding. You can see that so clearly. For me, from the World Cup, this gets hit a long way into the air, but it's a vacant area. There's two men in the deep, long on and deep square leg, but it falls between them. So Mova's going to pick up a couple. He's looking to start quite aggressively.
Doesn't have a lot of time on his hand. 14 overs, shy of 14 overs to come in this first innings.
And now he's gone. The aggression pays the price. It's a good catch from Gulshan Jah. Oh, and how is this missed? Dipender Singh Airi was almost running off in celebration. Maybe has just clipped the pad, has it? We're going to wait for the signal from the umpire. Potentially an inside edge. I thought it was the leg stump it was going to impact. Oh, it is an inside edge onto the pad, and I have no idea how this has missed the stumps.
He survives. Nick Curtin has to face. Very defensive from the man. The big man first up. I am very surprised to see Dylan Halier come in this early with so many overs left. Yes, he's a good batter at the end. Definitely able to hit the lusty blow. We'll just have.
Dipender Singh Airi is so quick between his deliveries. And this is what Dylan Halier likes to do. Likes to hit straight down the ground. That's not where he really intended it, and it plugs in the outfield. Fielders are reporting to us that this outfield's very, very soft and very difficult to field upon. So 3 runs come from. Rohit Powdell's going to continue into his 4th over, having picked up that wicket of Shreyas Mova. Just going to give you a few more numbers here, Manali, on Nepal's kind of. They're still very early in their ODI. Back when Paris Kadka, famously their first ODI Centurion. Now the secretary of the board, but it was a different era. In the modern era, now under Rohit Powdell as captain, and thanks to Cricket World Cup League 2, they're playing more and more ODI cricket as they'll scamper a single here. So they've played, if you include 12 in that 16. So definitely a noticeable drop-off as Curtin gets a good piece of this and is going to get 4. It was a bit of a drag down, not the best delivery from Rohit Powdell. Didn't bounce much either, did it? But Curtin kept his eye on it very well and pulls it away to another shot. He's playing very fluently. So that sort of... But at home, it's 18-8, and away, 16-22. So there's a big fall off when they're away from home, including those away from home numbers. Here, two opponents here that they can target and think about getting wins away from home against. As Powell nearly creates another opportunity. 39 bowled. It's a good over for Canada. 8 come from it. 144.
Yeah, they have played quite a few games as well. A lot of wins. Those net run rates look very good this tournament.
Got a stated aim to start their case to the ICC in terms of higher honours. And they tick so many of the boxes, don't they? You know, the passion for the sport, the media coverage for the sport, the fanaticism of those fans. But they've never beaten a Test nation on the pitch. So it's kind of the off-field criteria. Some of the infrastructure is great. There's great facilities being developed. As Dylan Hayligger looks for the big one, and he's going to get very lucky to get 4.
Well, he's out there for that purpose, to try and bring some runs on the board. First signs of aggression from him here at Dylan Hayligger. On the ground. Good use of the feet as well. Unfortunately, he's gone in the opposite direction.
Another great diving stop and nearly a run-out chance. Irie wanted the run-out, and if Mala could have got it out of his hand.
Don't want another run-out. Don't want another senseless wicket here. Almost bringing up that 150 mark here, Canada. It's incredible the amount of hesitation that it builds, isn't it, between the running between the wickets. You just never know when that fiery throw's coming in.
It's a really good over. Easily could have been the 6th wicket. Instead, very nearly ends up getting himself stumped. Just about gets the bat down in time, Dylan Hayligger. There will be one thing and one thing only that Sandeep Lamachani will be thinking about here. That will be wickets. He's got a hunger for them unrivaled that you'll ever see. Fastest ever to 100 ODI wickets coming from 42 games. And I think he'll look at this as a real opportunity to get probably 2, 3, maybe even 4 or 5 next to his name.
Well, this is going to be an interesting contest, how Dylan Hayligger reads all those variations.
Hit it way out towards the man. I think it's Irie, is it, out there? And if he can't get there, well, nobody will. It's going to be a boundary 4. He gets applause from Sandeep Lamachani. Of course, it's Dipender Singh Irie. He's absolutely everywhere.
He is flying through the air there in the deep, but that ball was struck so powerfully from Dylan Hayligger. He got in the position quickly. It just has so much power. Quick hands through the ball. Races away. There's no chance there in the deep.
Yeah, it's the googly. Lamachani's convinced, and the umpire has absolutely... You can see why he's looking for the appeal, but it's probably going to miss leg stump. Just angling down. Maybe a little closer than you first looked.
Just getting himself out of the line of the ball as quickly.
Oh, wow. This has gone miles. One of the biggest you would ever see anywhere in the world. He hits a massive ball, does Dylan Hayligger. Over pitch from Lamachani. And it's gone over the retaining net. We're going to see new balls called for. It's not a big straight boundary, but that was 6 anywhere in the world. What?
He strike that straight down the... This is why Dylan...
Die. Maybe 6. That about...
This side...
Where were we? Hit. You would and it was... Hayligger picked the googly. When we said it was going to be an interesting matchup, we've seen Lamachani before in ODIs be treated with a bit of disdain. There's a smile between him and the much bigger Hayligger. Asif Khan was the one, wasn't he, in March 2023, who he took Lamachani to pieces in what was the 4th fastest ODI century, and a lot of the damage, in fact almost all the damage, was done in that 3rd power play. So it's a risk reward, isn't it, as again Irie fields swiftly. 11 come from Lamachani's 8. 232.
Going to be some reservations with what to bowl here against An aggressive Dylan Haliger.
Down the track, loves hitting down the ground, but Rohit Powdell is there. And cuts it off, keeps it to just a single.
He's making his intentions very clear. And if he's out there for the remaining 8.5 overs, I think Nepal's going to have a mammoth total to chase down.
It's good from Curtin. Curtin's recognising here that, well, actually, hold on, Dylan Haliger's on one. He's got that bit of X factor, the bit of wild card quality to him. Post maybe 230, maybe 240. That could be defendable. In fact, whatever score they end up with, I don't think Nepal are going to get these runs easily. It's not that the pitch is terrible. We're not saying that. It's actually played pretty well. Powdell's going to have to do a lot of work out at long off, and oh, doesn't he do brilliantly? That's 2 runs saved, outstanding. In fact, nearly creates a run-out opportunity, and Curtin, who is rapid across the crease himself, has to sprint to get back for 2. Outstanding fielding from Nepal's captain. Really impressive.
Well, he's covered about 20
or 30 yards. Inside edge, clever from Rajbanshi. 4 from the over, 1-6, 4 for 5. But even if, let's say, Canada tail away here, end up with 190, it's Canadian influence as well. I was on the flight coming across, we were getting the announcements in English, then in French. Then I was actually coming from Spain from a friend's wedding that I managed to just about get to after the washed out test match in Delhi. And announcements were coming in Spanish too as a consequence. I was so tired I wasn't really understanding any of the 3. That's beautifully bowled, slower through the air. You can see Lamachani always wants wickets, doesn't he? And if they can get the back of Haliger or Curtin, maybe they can stem that progress that Canada are making. Another good diving stop. And the fans have been a little bit quiet, haven't they? Pretty warm out there. There's some umbrellas shielding them. The Nepal food truck is doing a good business. They're starting to come into the game. They're enjoying watching Lamachani and enjoying this little counter-attack too. I think from Canada it's a real contest out there. I'm not sure how this one's missed. I think it was the googly. Might just have missed the off stump.
Few in his previous over. He was taken to the cleaners. And this is a good comeback.
Now this one's gone many a mile. It's almost out onto the main road. Miles over the head of Dipender Singh Airi. Lamachani drags one.
Goes for a maximum. Good strategy this. All back. 1 delivery to come in the over. And a little bit of pressure for Sandeep Lamachani to finish strong.
Guides it away. He'll keep the strike. Dylan Haliger playing a really good innings here. He's 30 off 26. 7 overs remain. Canada coming alive in this contest. It's 1-7-2 for 5.
Projected score now 200 if they continue at this rate.
Half a chip shot towards Bertel. He's going to take the catch. Clever bowling from Lalit Rajbanshi. Red there in the Netherlands. Banshee, maybe the pick of the bowlers, isn't he? Being 2 for 25 to his name now. He's much more workmanlike, isn't he, than Sandeep Lamachani, but he's ever so effective. He's very clever. The two left-handers at the crease. You just wonder, will Lamachani be whipped out of the attack and maybe Irie brought back in as Sad Bin Safar gets off the mark with a couple impact on the game as possible.
Yeah, Canada haven't really gone about as well as they should have in this batting. In this batting attack, they've actually gifted a lot of wickets. Some of them are easy catches as well. The aggression and the big hitting in Dylan Haliger is now back in the pavilion. So you'd feel that Nick Curtin's going to have to take the charge.
That one just kept a bit low. Credit to the King City team. You have done a lot of work on these four pitches. Good weather is going to help. Hopefully the surfaces continue to play well, but we do continue to feel that spin will have an impact.
Fortunately, that wicket might have different plans.
Oh, edged away. The second time, no slip in place is going to cost a potential wicket-taking opportunity. Very nearly cost 4 runs, but Curtin is wise to the fact that it wasn't the greatest piece of fielding, and they'll pick up 3 down to that short boundary. Outstanding running. So it will be Dipender Singh Irie to come in to bowl his 4th, meaning that Lamachane, for the moment, will still have 1 left. Not sure if he's going to bowl out or not. Yeah, 220, I think, could make a fascinating contest. I don't think by any stretch Nepal will consider themselves favourites in the chase.
Well, they've got just a little more than 5 overs to come, and it's going to come down to how they maneuver those last 5 overs. Nearly indecision there. Sent back Saad Bin Zafar. All-rounder left out.
This one's cut away. Again, we do have some production issues right now, whereby we can only show you the one camera. This one bounces a little more, cut away for another single. Is Zafar's job here just really to get Curtin on strike?
Absolutely.
Now, big appeal. Dipender Singh Irie wants the LBW, and he can't get it going in his favour. Powdle swept around the corner. That's going to be 4. Saad Bin Safar has started nicely. He's got more of a role to play than just picking up those singles. And the runs continuing to come for Canada.
Needed, much needed. They want to try and get close to that 220 mark to have something to come. Going down the ground, and a single off the mark. Saad Zafar, good strategy. The only remaining batter as he goes down the ground, and this is going to be a maximum. Nick Curtin taking the attack to the Nepalese bowlers with that maximum. It was a tracer bullet straight down the ground. Much needed as well.
Back live now. Good between the wickets. He should get a couple here comfortably because that's very well placed. And Powdle's 5th over is proving to be a costly one. Nepal's lack of death bowling options, they never really found a solution to it, did they? It's maybe been the one weak point, the one real Achilles heel of the Desai era. And that's going to be 6 more. Bit too easy for Nicholas Curtin here. And bang, bang, goes down the ground twice in the over. It's the biggest Now Curtin goes big again, and he's going to get great reward. 6 more. This game is changing in front of our eyes right now. Canada are getting themselves, I think, into a positive position. Maybe here really have had much of this exploited than they would like. Irie is good at the death, but he's now been hit for a big 6. And Curtin's array of shots and his range of options are proving hard for Nepal to tie down. That's cleverly bowled, just the single. But they just haven't been able to keep Sad Bin Safar to much of the strike.
And they've really pushed the fielders here, these two. They've targeted the quick singles. They're looking for the overthrows, the misfields.
Well, the single, they won't mind that, but the problem is that Canada have all the momentum now. We spoke about 220. That's, well, miles away. That's dreamland for Nepal. And is still there for the final delivery. Now it's going to be 6 more. Curtin putting on a clinic. He goes to 50 in real style over the head of the primarily Nepali fans in the crowd, but they're going to stand and give him an ovation.
A lot of gaps in the field as well to be able to do that.
And it's Sampal Kami that they turn to, and the changes worked immediately. Karen Casey has a few of the Nepal fans dancing up in the crowd. No real celebrations. It was a change of pace. I think it's that knuckleball that he's definitely been working on. He gets his first wicket. Oracle, Sad Bin Safar is dismissed.
Making him reach for that delivery. No pace as well. Straight up in the air. And a comfortable catch. Sad Bin Safar. He's out. See any. He's on the mark for 5 deliveries here. Unless he can get Nick Curtin back on.
Another change in pace. You can see Sampal Kami is clearly varying things, isn't he? We're seeing leg cutters. We're seeing deliveries out of the back of the hand. Spinners.
That, or maybe just some really good batting.
Yep, definitely a part of it. Cut away behind square. Now Kushal Mala's had a good day in the field. That continues to be the case, but his throw won't prevent Kalim Sana getting back for the second. I'm not sure if Curtin...
Important here, but you want to make sure that your more aggressive batter is getting strike as often as possible. He's the one who's been able to strike the big blows.
Another change of pace, clever from Kami. It wasn't like there wasn't overs of seamers to turn to. It's just that historic variations.
But when they're executed well, it does make a big difference. This is turning out to be good over for Nepal.
Curtin tries to break that with another good strike into the leg side. Kami thought that Kushal Mala might have been able to get there. Won't be a maximum, but will be 4 more. Curtin just continues along his merry way.
Every time I have said that, every time I've complimented the bowling, something of that nature has happened. I'll take the responsibility for that, Sampal Kami, but that's 4 more runs to the Canadian total. Pulled away and placed to absolute perfection. Got all the repertoire of shots as well, which allows him to be able to do that.
Now Curtin goes again. Well, this is an exhibition. It goes straight on to the tent. It's a big 6. It's been quite sensational. Nicholas Curtin is driving Canada up to a total that could well be a winning one, despite the wicket in the over. 13.
The leg side. Gets the elevation, gets the distance, and he adds 6 more to the Canadian total.
Well, this has just been so good, hasn't it, from Nicholas Sana. Find your skipper a single. Instead, he looks to smash one for 6, and smash it he does all the way. There's a bit of a wind that's got up, and I just wonder, is it prevailing across that direction? So hitting with the wind, it's a good option. Nepal's death bowling options here, they're being exposed, and exposed very harshly by Canada, who are putting on a batting clinic at the end.
Have really put it down. Good look.
So comes off probably the glove. Sana's going to want the second, but I think Curtin will be happy with the single. And it is off.
He is holding his shoulder there, though. I don't know.
Very true. Different to baseball, isn't it? Saw those comparisons during the World Cup. Now, short straight boundary for Curtin, 57 metres, the final over from the north end of the ground. Curtin might just be thinking, can I face all 10 of these remaining deliveries? Can I get Canada up to 270? 275 isn't out of the question. This time, miscues one though. What an exceptional piece of fielding. Well, it's not Irie this time, it's Kushal Bertel, a one-handed pickup on an uneven field and a flat
arms
in downtown Toronto. The Skydome, would it? That would have been perfect. He's going to come round the wicket. I think he's going to look outside the off stump. He does. Sana hammers it away to Bim Sharkey, who doesn't quite have the same power in the arm, but keeps it to a single nonetheless.
Two deliveries to come in the over. 9 runs off of it so far. And Nick Curtin's back on strike.
Clever bowling. First time we've seen at the death one of the Nepal seamers go into the
Seeing what should have been getting ready for that pull.
for the block hole, and Curtin smashes it for 6 more. What a knock this has been. I think one of the best I've maybe ever seen in Cricket World Cup League 2, given the circumstances, the conditions and the match situation. He's got to 70 off 41. Canada 248 for 7.
Another glorious looking shot from Nick Curtin. Going down the ground. There was a fielder there. He just watched it sail over his head though. The amount of power. That.
Just home. Maybe just home. I've seen a few decisions that the marginal ones go against Nepal. They've all actually gone the home way. But I think for me, particularly without the ability to have on off stump, he's taking LBW and bowled out of the game. He's just backing Dipender Singh Ari's in front of us.
I hope you're ready to take the catch, Lenny.
Where's Cammy going to go? Looks for the wide block hole, really well bowled, but Curtin reacts very well. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get back on strike. Another good piece of fielding in the deep, but the bounce has caught Shake out, and it means that Curtin gets back on strike. How critical could that be? Good awareness from Canada's captain.
Unfortunately, Canada has not passed.
big swing and a miss. You won't have seen any of that because you're still on the replay, but it's another bye.
Going to start first off.
An immediate play and a miss.
He's known for pace, Kaleem Sana, and he is more importantly known for movement. He's able to move the ball both ways. Good change of pace as well. So it's going to be a little difficult to navigate through the Kaleem Sana overs. Kushal Bertel, he's faced one delivery and he's had a swing and a miss. And Kaleem Sana's not a slow contender. He does bowl with some pace.
And it's the outside edge. Really good start from
Netherlands for Canada. 2 for 39, 4 for 30. For 30. It's going to be a tough 10 overs to navigate through.
Again, more energy in this first power play.
To be different. Scoreboard pressure thing as well.
Maybe the first run's probably going to be extras. I think it's come off the hip, is it, of Kushal Bertel, giving his leg ball to finish.
15-20 minutes down away from the 401 here, so we're not too far away. Yeah, we're far from downtown, but a lot of people don't actually live in downtown Toronto. Far from downtown, but a lot of people don't actually live in downtown Toronto. They live out and around the areas.
That's down the leg side. What's that hit? Probably a bit of the hip or the trouser. Just half an appeal from Sama. No interest at all from the umpire, understandably, but it's not a wide because it's come off something. It's a good opening over. It's going to be a maiden to start with. Just the one leg by comes from it. And Nepal in the hunt for 254 to win this contest. They are 1 for none.
Tell you what, Lenny, you may have to bring that toque out next week. Might dip just a little bit. We're expected to get lower in those 20s, but early mornings are going to be closer to that 15, 16 degree mark. Celsius, that is.
Yeah, the T20Is.
Yeah, the weather changing significantly and in a short amount of time. Our cricket seasons are getting longer and longer.
Dylan Hayliger it's going to be to open the bowling. Pretty good time of things with the bat, didn't he? He was maybe the one who actually started to change the momentum of that whole first innings.
Yeah, it was a surprise move to bring him up that early with 13 Canadians. Some lusty blows from him with the bat today. And he's now got to do the job with the ball. Day's not over for him.
They'll pierce the infield. Canada looks like a side who've had the best of the latter stages, don't they? They've taken all that momentum in from the first innings.
The fielders will be tested. Didn't quite go as well as they'd have hoped in the Netherlands in terms of the fielding, but they can't afford that today.
Worked into the leg side will be a single and is going to be the first runs. Maybe not off the bat, I think it's off the glove, but the first runs will go to the account of one of the two batters as Kushal Bertel will get off the mark.
Just gotten consistently easier to bat on as well. A little bit early, but made it a little bit easy to bat. So that does go in Nepal's favor. Batting second here. The Sun's been baking that wicket for some time.
Playing a miss from Asif Sheikh. Or Sir.
Have to be careful with that shot. Playing outside that off-stump line. Don't want to pick up a faint edge.
Driven, but what we saw throughout the first innings, misfield from Curtin will allow the single to get Asif Sheikh off the mark. We saw the shot was a bit soft. It doesn't really
aerial route. It didn't bother going along the ground. Nick Curtin as well.
Playing for his second. Playing a miss. Wullasan is great to the right-handers.
A lot of his younger cricket, junior cricket in Pakistan. Some incredible bowlers coming out of Pakistan over the years. Makes it very tough for a batter.
And there's the one then that comes back in. An air marker.
Strongly in the Netherlands.
One inside edge and thinking about 50, 60.
His debutant goes as well.
Clipped around the corner, man out there, but goes to his left. Gonna be 4. Never really looked like getting there, did he, Akil Kumar? And a nice pick-up. It's almost a pick-up hook shot, isn't it, rather than a pull? And will be the first boundary of the chase.
Runs first a little bit for Nepal. Kalim San has got a long run up as well.
What will the general approach be in the chase here for Nepal? Do you think it?
Especially because they've got some good contenders in spin coming up. You want to make sure that you have got as many wickets in hand as possible as you try and chase this. It's not going to be an all-out slogfest. 50 over cricket, very different in that manner.
Five runs come from the third. Two slips in place. First slip very narrow. It's kind of it's not a gully, is it? It's more of a sort of fourth slip that Aaron Johnson is placed at. Probably don't want to have to do what Canada did in the last.
In hand. Keep them in hand while picking up as many singles, doubles as you can. They might not.
Guided straight to that sort of, maybe it is a bit more of a gully than a fourth slip.
You get easier with slow in the morning. Pitches a little bit slower, they hold up, and then as the sun bakes on them a bit throughout the day, it gets a bit easier.
Comes off an inside edge, not where Sheikh wanted it to go, but enough for a single. You are very welcome back to the coverage. Hopefully some of you burning the midnight oil back in. Name some places, and I got some messages saying, oh, sir, you said Kathmandu and Biratnagar and Pokhara, but you didn't mention Janakpur. Or this is full, pretty straight and gone. And Dylan Hayliger has his man. And
again, that angle, a little questionable. But you know what? Our opinion doesn't matter. That finger's gone up, and it's the first wicket. Nepal lose Kushal Bhurtel. He goes for 1 off 10. Nepal 9 for 1 after 3.5. Kaleem Sana struggling to find his line of length today. It's been a bit over, and you can't be bowling that channel. Over-pitched, asking to be driven, and a beautiful looking stroke in the end. Picks up 4 runs. That helps a little bit after you lose a wicket, giving the more set batter a bit more confidence. He's been out there for 14 deliveries. Asif Sheikh on 11.
Going to be back-to-back here, is it? Maybe not quite with the outfield the way it is. In fact, it will get to the rope. 2 very stylish strokes. The first one off the front foot, this time off the back. He's an elegant player, isn't he, Asif Sheikh? And those 2 shots will fill the Nepal fans full of confidence.
Much needed boundary. It is a large total that they're chasing that up nicely for him to crunch through the offside. The outfield's a little slow on that end, so they really have to make sure they time it. Back-to-back boundaries though in this over, and some pressure here for Kaleem Sana.
Round the wicket he's going to come now. Another fine stroke, a little bit of extra bounce from that back of a length area. Nicholas Curtin, the way he played, it shows there is runs out there.
Powerful batter. 253 of them for Canada.
Playing a miss this time, just inside the line. Hasn't been much movement. Clouds are hovering about, but bit of inconsistent bounce. Short ball hooked away, but just 1 bounce down to fine leg. Who do you feel is ahead of the game here? Canada with that early wicket, pretty pleased with their position.
Too early to attack, and then to the spinners, especially knowing that. And lucky, I think 2. 1 delivery to come.
Sharkey keeps out the final delivery of the 5th. We're halfway through the power play. Nepal are 18 for 1. Playing a miss, another fish outside the off stump. Hayliger, well, just looks full.
Ball moving away just slightly from the right-hander. He's going to have to be careful here not to fish for too many. Watch that movement. He's going well. Asif Sheikh, 16 off 19.
And he's going to be a threat, isn't he, on this surface? If he can hammer away that sort of back of a length, get that little bit of extra bounce. Nepal have historically had some issues with the short ball. They've generally, for the first time last year, the T20 World Cup too, doing it a concern. And that's why they're in the position they're in, needing to hunt down a big total, as Curtin feels really well, diving away to his left.
Gun fielder Nick Curtin, he is quick. He can cover some ground, and he's got a very good arm. Very athletic.
Down the leg side, that'll be given as a wide.
We've certainly come a long way from good old 4-day cricket, first-class cricket that a lot of the associates used to play. A major push back in the day to try and get that test status, and we're all but done with the 4-day stuff. It's all about the ODIs and the T20s now.
That's probably a little bit of a sign of the modern game, isn't it? Focus on the white ball game before there. Some of the individual boards are played different varieties even. You also understand why those pathways are geared towards trying to get the associates inside the test world best prepared as they can for the 50 over the T20 World Cups. This League 2 has been a fantastic development for the 8 best associates in the world.
It really has. It's given a lot more opportunity, a lot more gameplay. And it has closed the gap quite a bit, because back in the day we saw a couple of decent associates, stronger, and then we had some weaker ones. So what's really changed with that new addition is it's closed the gap. Improve the standards as well, as that's played into the leg side for a single.
Into the 7th over, having just a couple of little audio issues. Hopefully you are getting us loud and clear again now. Sheikh works this very nicely into the leg side. Should be a couple, as it is sprinted after by Pargat Singh. We'll keep it to 2. Asif Sheikh definitely doing the weight of the scoring thus far.
Decent rate, 19 runs picked in his previous over. A lot more action to come here in the Canadian leg of the League 2 games.
Those kind of deliveries there are the ones that'll cause Monty Desai and the Nepal coaching team. Great to see Jagat Tamata here as well. There's kind of concerns that you're never really 100%. Though he played well and did a lot of the donkey work, he never quite looked settled, did he? And it was the blitz at the end from Curtin that's put Canada in this strong position. As time goes fuller, it swung a long way back in, and only half an appeal. Umpire not interested.
A little bit of movement. Looked like it's comfortably down leg. Kaleem Sana realized it as well halfway through his appeal. Good Yorker that though from Kaleem Sana.
Sheikh has started really brightly here, isn't he? He's probably technically, in many ways, the most correct of all of the Nepal top order. Rohit Paul's a fine player as well in terms of his technical correctness. But if anyone's kind of equipped for this kind of a challenge, it should be Asif Sheikh.
Six games of action, 6 ODIs, Canada, Oman, Nepal. Cricket every other day, and then followed by an exciting T20 series.
पञ्चकन्या स्टील
Because that ball was traveling. He did well to judge the jump and time it. He looks relieved to have taken that catch. But some celebration here for Canada. 3 wickets down Nepal, 43 for 3 after 10.
Percent of your contests, and right on the stroke at the end of that first power play, Nepal have lost their captain. He's a positive player. You could make the argument maybe he could have just shouldered arms and got through that first 10, having already picked up a boundary. But it took a quite spectacular, a sensational, a supreme catch. In fact, something we probably have expected from some of the Nepal fielders, but it's Pargat Singh now deep third. It holds on to a critical one, and it will bring Akhil Kumar into the attack for the first time today. He starts with the wide down the leg side. Kushal Malla will be in at number 5. Nepal, well, they're in all sorts of trouble.
Wheels starting to come off. There's the last wicket. Well judged catch in the deep. The undoing of the 3rd wicket for Nepal. Dylan Haliger, the big man, he's had a big impact in the game today for Canada. And they'll have to be watchful here of Akhil Kumar. He's not the tallest of pace bowlers. Beam Sharkey, 13 off 16. He's
definitely a bit of something in this surface, isn't there? When you kind of bowl it into it, I don't think that's something Nepal didn't do particularly well. Gulshan Jah did it once and he got a wicket with it. Tried to do it a bit more, but he was either bowling too short or then his line was off, angling down the leg side or wides outside the off stump. Kami's a skiddy bowler. He's a different kind of bowler, and I think Nepal are missing that hit the deck bowler. Akhil Kumar is not tall.
And Dylan Haliger is known to bowl a heavy ball as well. He does hit the deck quite hard. Broad shoulders.
Kushal Malla is a naturally aggressive player. He has come in and rescued his side from really difficult positions before, but I'm not sure these are his kind of conditions. He tends to, particularly left arm spin, he'll take down and hit very powerfully down the ground and over long on and deep mid wicket, but it'll be interesting to see how he copes with the challenge here.
Just past that outside edge, Akhil Kumar. He's going well. 2 deliveries to come. And I want to try and finish this strong. A credit to in number stands. In fact, even at the GT20, Lenny, they came out and they supported the 3 players representing Nepal here. Umbrellas to shade from the sun. There's definitely no rain in the air. Feels like summer here in September, which is not quite normal in Canada. But we'll take it.
We'll take it at 2 right. Nice to have some early autumnal sun giving us a great setting, actually, here at King City. We know there's significant frustration with the difficulties we're having here. We're as frustrated as you are. Can only apologise again for the connectivity, internet issues that are, well, really affecting this broadcast to a point where some of you aren't able to enjoy it as we would like you to. 11 have been bowled. It's 45 for 3.
Man, testing his fitness today. The Pacers doing better than expected for Canada here in a spin-friendly, or on a spin-friendly surface. We haven't seen any spin introduced from Canada yet. Jeremy Gordon.
Cut away, but not able to beat Sadbin so far at backward point. Canada look pretty rejuvenated to me compared to the way in which they fielded on that tour of the Netherlands. They looked energetic. They've got a good togetherness. It's always easy when you're on top and you're getting wickets, but certainly some initial signs that they should perform better here in Ontario than they did throughout that Netherlands.
Few extra practices to get the fielding issues niggled out of there.
In terms of the sort of breakdown of players in this squad, still a heavy Ontario representation, but
population of all the provinces, arguably one of the toughest right here at King City in the form of S9 in the Toronto and District Cricket League.
And the competitions in that, they're made up of multi-formats, both T20 cricket and slightly longer.
50 over cricket, most of them. Some of them play 20, but at King City. And they're playing at the highest level in Canada.
Very nearly a maiden for Dylan Hayliger, but Sharkey is able to pick up a single from the final delivery. 12 have been bowled. Been a really good spell thus far from Hayliger. That might be it. 3 for 23 for the moment. It's 46 for 3. Akhil Kumar into his second. Nicholas Curtin generally has just been keeping things pretty simple.
It's never a nice, as it is captaincy, is a hard thing to do. A lot of responsibility.
Going to take on a quick single, and even though it's Curtin, who's probably the best fielder in this Canadian side, they'll get through easily.
Just having a chat with Aaron Johnson on the other side of the stumps. He's like, I wanted to throw that. I don't think you were quite in the position to back that up.
Played a misstep by Kushal Malla, trying to indicate it stayed a bit low, but he wasn't really into a position to play his off drive. A few numbers coming through. I see a big passion. The last 10, the rallies. And what's more to that, so that means they've conceded 483 runs in those 50 overs. In total in those matches, in the first 40, altogether the runs scored were 1,451. But the vast majority of those runs, and that there's no doubting that that's a big challenge for Nepal, and they haven't really found a permanent solution. They found an occasional solution, but they haven't got one. And the death specialist that they use in T20 cricket, in Abhinesh Bahara, he's not in the 50-over squad.
A similar issue as they got through with some decent bowling, kept it tight.
Well, they're playing a miss. Malla not really coping with it.
Charlie.
Well, big call this. Dylan Hayliger's being kept going for a 7th. He may well have said to his skipper, I've got it in me. I feel I can get us a 4th wicket. If he could, well, a bit early to be saying final nail in the coffin for Nepali hopes, but certainly be a long way back from there, wouldn't it?
Well, the struggle's definitely getting harder and harder here for Nepal. That required run rate is starting to climb closer to 6. They were at 4 runs and over. They were going at 4 runs and over about 4 overs ago, and now it's dropped below that 4 runs and over mark. Dylan Hayliger, he's a big man, so the over in now for his his spell.
Be a wide down the leg side. You just wonder, is it they've done now? And
Change to the innings for Canada. So they certainly have some sort of plan going into this.
Mala continues to look at the wicket here and look as though, that's what's causing the issues. Wicket's not seeing a huge amount, apart from them maybe just bouncing up a little when bowled in.
Well, he's yet to get off the mark. 9 deliveries in. Hesitant push to defend that one. Maybe just trying to see off the over of Dylan Haliger. Try and play it safe. Hold on to those wickets. They need 205 from 219 deliveries, Nepal. He's off the mark with that single.
Off the mark, and the 50 is going to come up. Taking a little while. One thing for certain with Kushal Malik, he can always catch up.
It's still early.
Another quick single. One delivery left in the 14th. Chase. To do that, they'll need a partnership. Do have plenty of batting options to come. The dismissal of Powell is a big blow, given the year. For 3. The bat and ball in the Netherlands, but just the way in which they've gone about their fielding, the energy they've shown, has been impressive. All of a sudden, that required run rate starting to loom into view as well, pushing up towards a runnable.
Another youngster to come to the Canadian system. One time. Local scene, various different age groups. Some pride.
Yeah, this looks very close. It's full, it's straight, and it's gone. And Sharkey was looking to drive. He's generally been bowling back of a length. This time he went fuller. Maybe the footwork was just a little slower than it needed to be, and it could have just ducked back in as well. I think it's a pretty fair decision. Looks to me like it's going to go on and crash into middle, maybe into legs. Gets a friendly full toss to start with, but can't beat Nicholas Curtin, who's at mid-on. Nepal have looked a bit, well, blown away, haven't they, by the combination of the last 12 or 13 overs of that first innings and then the first 14 and a half of the second. Is there a way back for them?
They're really going to have to dig their heels deep, and 4 down with just 51 runs on the board. That task is still tall. They do say never, though, and cricket's a funny game. A partnership here and there can really change things around. Dipendra Singh Airy is an experienced contender. Someone with a very positive mindset as well.
short and wide, and Dipender Singh Hari, rather than leave it to get the free run, decides it's a nice way to get off the mark with what should be at least a couple. I'm surprised Hari didn't think of the third, but Mala maybe wasn't overly live to it, and that will get him off the mark to close out the 15th. It's another wicket taking over. Canada really impressive. Nepal in trouble. It's 53 for 4.
DHI हजुरहरूको घरमा पनि धेरै खुसी ल्याउनेछ. Wishing you all a happier home.
So we're going to see some spin for the first time today. It's one of the two debutants who has come into the side. Ansh Patel bowls left arm wrist spin, something that is pretty rare in the very top levels of the modern game. You think of Kuldeep Yadav, of course, Tabraiz Shamsi. Let's see how the youngster can go. Starts with a pretty short one that Mala squeezes away for a single. These two batters will play aggressively, and they may look to try and take on the debutant here.
Control of the ball, able to get some turn as well. Played a decent amount of cricket in India. They'll still need to be watchful here.
Yeah, looks to be a nice action. My first time seeing him live in person. Quite open-chested. If you are going to get help from surfaces, you want to be here in King City. If you're a spinner, you'll generally get good assistance. As he drives through the offside, you should think the second. Again, not a great piece of running from Mala. I think Ari wanted the second, but Mala just sort of trotted the first. 22 years of age, born in Gujarat. Tournaments popping up everywhere now.
Right after the GT20, yeah, he was on a plane heading to the Cayman Islands. Good exposure for the youngster as well at that tournament. A lot of international players.
Those of 3 T20s to his name as well for Baroda. He started pretty nicely. Mala certainly not off to his most fluent start. He's 2 off 14. Difficult, isn't it, when wickets are falling around you? Nepal are not knowing whether to stick or twist right now. No real sign of that changing. 16 bowled, a good start from Patel. It is 55. Dan Wai with 4 wickets. That's pounding down right now. The 11 Canadians in the field and those in the dugout. Angling down the leg side. Kumar was interested, but Irie will scamper through for what's going to be given as a run, so maybe a little bit of bat involved.
In that previous over. How close was this? Going down leg. And a bit of a feather of a bat as well.
Yeah, not too sure about the bat. I don't think the bat was involved there, but leg by not give Mala's best innings have been counter-attacking ones, but he's shown not a single piece of aggression yet. It seems to be taking a very cautious approach. That's just his 3rd run. And Irie too, he's known for his big hitting exploits, but you just wonder.
Have lost wickets in quick succession. Yes, that required run rate is climbing, but they do also have a lot of time to come.
Yeah, that's the brilliance of ODI cricket. If you're burning the midnight oil back there in Nepal as a fan, and you're watching to stay in the contest and to get back into the contest, if they can take the 56 for 4 to 140 for 4, even not in particularly quick time, and make it, 100 to win off the last 10 or 12, there's no reason why they can't do it. That might feel a mile away right now, but it's less than 200 runs required to win from here. It's not like they need 320 or 340. They're still in this contest. It just doesn't feel like they are right now.
Very different ball game from that T20 version, where it's a bit quicker. You don't have as much time out in the middle. You have to go from ball one. It's quite an adjustment, isn't it, to the 50-over format?
Yeah, that's one of the big advantages. There's two major advantages in there for Canada. The home advantage in terms of the conditions, and then the fact that they have played a lot of cricket. Saw him impact the game, not really with the ball, but with that run out in the field with the ball in hand. Case of two options for Nepal, potentially. And it's down the leg side, and that's going to be given. It really looked a sweep, but it's going to be a maiden wicket on his ODI debut for Ansh Patel. It just popped up teasingly. The keeper Sherry Asmova, who's so good with the gloves, he almost had to wait for it to fall into them. Maybe an under edge or some glove or something. It's come off the pad, and now Nepal have lost 5.
5th wicket, and it's a big one. Dipender Singh, airy. Might have just gotten a little bad on that. Good catch in the end by Shreyas Mova. Well judged.
Last ball of the first power play. They lost their skipper. And then the next to fall, 4th wicket to go down, was Bim Sharkey, just as he was starting to look settled at the crease. And Dipender Singh starting to bring his positivity. He then has been dismissed too. And it means that, well, what a dream situation for any wrist spinner. A side 5 down early, a required run rate that's going to continue to rise. And even though, as you said, he's and a bit of variety too. That's the googly out of the back of the hand. Canada all over Nepal.
He must be debut for Canada.
It's a wicket taking over with just 2 runs coming from deep mid-wicket on the leg side. Means that if Mala wants to take on some aggressive options against Canada's most experienced bowler, he's not going to do it without risk. And if he's caught it long on now, well, probably going to look like a pretty foolish innings. He's at least still there. He's 4 off 19. The required run rate now is exactly a run a ball. That target of 254 looks a long way away.
Yeah, had Canada been about 200 mark, it would have been a different equation for Nepal. Less pressure coming out with the bat. And the spinners are going to be relentless here for Canada now. Ansh Patel, here. Single picked up, and Sambal Kami is going to come back. He had to get off the mark, face 4 deliveries. He's been a consistent performer for Canada, Saad bin Zafar. He's had a good summer for Canada as well.
And is that straight through? There's an appeal. Just trying to work out what the appeal is for. Saad bin Zafar might be an LBW appeal, and if that's hit the back pad, you can see why. Can be happy to show the back, the keeper. Things would have just gone from bad to worse there if that had been given out, and it looked a tight call, probably height the issue.
Tough job, the umpiring job. You have to be watching so closely every single delivery. They don't have the luxury of replays.
I'll tell you, with that quite low for us to see it as well, being honest with you. The perfectly landed delivery. Cammy went back. I don't think there was bat involved. I think that's hit the back pad, and that's why Saad bin Safar was so convinced that he could well have had the 6th wicket. It's going to be 1 run from Saad bin Safar's first. It's 63 for 5. Very nicely bowled. Still a good action. Pretty flat through the air. Not particularly slow through the air, so it's maybe not going to turn a huge amount, but you don't need to turn it a huge amount. That's the googly out of the back of the hand. The bowler he probably reminds me of the most is Jake Lintott from England. He hasn't played internationally for England, but has gone around a few of the franchise leagues. Just that front arm is quite similar if you're a young wrist spinner at home. So he's got a nice strong action and a little bit of mystery too. That's beautifully bowled.
Puff of dust as well out of that one, as it's dug out by Sampal Kami. Tell you what, that scoreboard pressure is probably growing on him. He's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 9 deliveries.
I don't think Sampal Kami knows right now which way it's going. I'm not sure he's picking Ansh Patel on his debut. What a find this young man potentially is for Canada. Left arm wrist spinners are like hen's teeth. They're so rare. That's the googly. It's not being picked out of the hand. So the normal leg break will come back in to the right-hander. The googly will turn away. There's an eerie hush around the ground because the Nepal fans that are here, 400 or 500 of them, they are silent. They don't know how to react.
We certainly weren't expecting Nepal to be 5 down with just 65 runs on the board. And they come out early as well before the game, to come out and support their team.
Down the leg side, and probably not the right line, just getting a little greedy, thinking of wickets, and it should be a couple of runs to the total. Question is, was there bat involved? No, off the legs. So for Sampal Kami, certainly capable as an all-rounder. We've even seen him used as high as number 3 in the order on occasion. Mala's played a perplexing innings thus far, hasn't he? 6 off 24. Really been the opposite of what we usually see from him. His career strike rate very, very high. He's very nearly chipped that up to cover. It's good bowling. I like that from Saad bin Safar. He knows that Mala's natural instinct is going to be to attack, so why not prey upon that? See if you can create an opportunity here.
I think the issue is it's just lost a bit too much in terms of wickets. So allowing you to play your natural game becomes a bit tough. Through the offside. They don't really need too much more than the singles. Anyway, they just have to be able to rotate that strike a little bit more consistently. Reduce the number of dot balls. Try and bring it close.
Definitely been a significant improvement in Canada's field, and you've got to say that for those who enjoyed the action from the Netherlands tour. They were at points shocking in the field. But a very different effort today, even that. I know he hasn't stopped that one, but a one-handed dive from Ansh Patel who nearly cut. Ansh Patel causing problems. I think that's the good turn back into the left-hander. Players can get confused by left arm wrist spin. That one is short and wide enough to be given as a wide. Mala does best to be going after this kind of bowling, but at the moment he's so cautious, he's in danger of going into his shell here.
Low full toss. But good turn the ball before. It was wide, but good signs for Ansh Patel. It's tough to be positive and aggressive out there when the bowling is tight. Wickets have fallen. And then you have deliveries like that. Just missing that outside edge.
Bowling really nicely here. We're going to try and guide you through it as best we can. We've now been hit by the low sun coming into our that we're experiencing here today in King City. But certainly Ansh Patel has already shown enough in his 4 overs to think that Canada may well have unearthed something very special here. You don't want to put any additional pressure on a young wrist spinner. You want to encourage them, but he is rich with potential. Another good stop. We just wouldn't have seen that a month ago across in Europe. Saad bin Safar gets a hand in it and helps out his young spin bowling partner. What a brilliant over. Just the wide coming from it. 1 for 7 he has from his first 4. 22 in the books. 72 for 5. Now there's a big appeal from Saad bin Safar. He's convinced and the umpire says, I'm happy to give a decision of a wide. And Saad bin Safar is now remonstrating. And rightly, Masudar Rahman is walked all the way in from point where he's positioned. He's not there.
Well, they were convinced. He had started celebrating Saad bin Safar.
He's now reversed his decision. He's taken away the wide and said that it's come off the hip. That's going to be a dot ball. Umpire's entitled to do that. Real pressure applied on Rohan Shah by Saad bin Safar. He'll think as though it's worked. Hasn't got him the wicket, but it has saved him the wide.
Convinced both times that he had his man. It wasn't meant to be, though. Just the confidence that he had celebrated with. Did he?
Yeah, actually, I don't mind an umpire overturning his decision. I think it shows a willingness to kind of reflect upon the initial instinct that you had and maybe say, hold on, actually, no, I've got that wrong. And maybe it did just flick the thigh pad, so no problem with that. But don't really like the players carrying on the way that we've seen both sides do a little bit of today. Mala will get a quick single into the leg side. And you can see it's been the more senior umpire, the umpire from Bangladesh, who's not at 60 yards every time there's a single. But he was very quick to come in and try to tell Canada to behave. And I'd imagine with the experience of Kent Hanam, the ICC match referee from Victoria, they'd be just keen to stamp that out early in this series. We've got Mala, Kami trying to build something, but they're building it very slowly.
Try and bring a little bit more intent. There are a lot of gaps on offer. Just need to be able to work the ball into them.
If you look at the batting to come as well for Nepal, it's really just Lalit Rajbanshi won't offer much with the bats. Karan KC is very capable. Gulshan Jazz up their sleeve. He's going to be hidden all the way down at number 8, it looks like. And Sandeep Lamachani's batting is he's an all-rounder. So not like there's not still some hitters to come. KC in particular will be able to hit those big sixes down the ground, but just question the approach. It hasn't been much intent in terms of not the boundaries, but the ones, the twos, what Dipender Singh was trying to do, but then he got out.
Yeah, a little too defensive. Still have plenty of balls in hand to work the ball around.
Balls like that would concern me for Nepal, because that's a half volley. It's just a half a press forward from Kami. Okay, he's driven it fine, but it's straight to the fielder. No run the end result, and it wasn't a great delivery. Have to start reversing the pressure, otherwise Patel's just going to continue to bowl at them. Really here is Manali.
He's been a patient man. 10 off 39. I guess they're trying to lay that foundation down, try and feel comfortable between both of them, but 6 off 21, 10 off 39. It's just a few too many dot balls between the pair. It's really been the story for Nepal with their batting.
Now, big appeal this time. And again, Sad bin Safar, well, emphatic is one way to describe that appeal. But no interest from the umpire.
For Sad bin Safar, he's had 3 shouts now.
This one will be a wide down the leg side. Was really impressed by Sherry and Ali, and you can see, well, if there's no bat involved, maybe a very tight call as Kami gets a single down the ground this time.
Here, they're not quite getting enough time to process what's happening. You don't quite
need the best part of 175 runs, so they'll need 7 and over. They do have 5 wickets in hand. They do have someone like Mala who can hit very big, but he hasn't attempted to yet. Now he does, and he's gone. Well, a bemusing innings from a real young talent. He's been out there for 42 balls again. It's an excellent catch. This time it's Navneet Dhaliwal, and Sad bin Safar gets a reward. He's better when he's hitting straight down the ground. He tries to go square, but he cannot get it over the head of the man at mid-wicket, and Nepal slide further, 6 down.
You felt a wicket was going to come for Sad bin Safar. He had been tight. This one outside off and dragging it all the way into the leg side. Navneet Dhaliwal does well. The excitement so evident on Sad bin Zafar's face as he picks up a wicket to his name. Nepal 79 for 6.
Been one that they would have wanted to keep, so Gulshan Jha would have been the man at number 8. Instead, it's going to be Sandeep Lamachani. And it's 2 and 2, and it's another one on his debut for Ansh Patel. Kami trapped deep in his crease. It's not going to matter. Gulshan Jha will have to come out now, as Nepal, well, they're in all sorts of strife. They're being blown away by a couple of high-quality spin bowling performances, and that is as plumb as they come.
Getting the movement, ball coming into the right-hander. Ansh Patel, he'll be a happy man today on debut, picking up his 2nd wicket.
Well, Canada sensing a bit of history. They've never beaten Nepal in an ODI. Record stands at 3-0. They've only played the 3 ODIs against each other. They were all in Nepal earlier this year. And finally, Gulshan Jha comes to the crease and he starts brightly immediately. He should pick up a couple here down to long off as Haylager ends up sprawled across the turf, getting his body on the line to stop it. Nepal's plans have seemed, well,
a little out of hand after Dylan Haylager walked in with a bat. They were in control until that point. And just the number of runs, the sheer number of runs that Canada added after the 38th over down to the 50th, it really put Nepal on the back foot. Scoreboard pressure, an issue for them from the time that they walked out. They haven't shown the positivity that they needed.
You have seen in the first innings there are ways to score runs. Lamachane looks like he's going to come in and just have a swing. You can't blame him too much. He tends to play very positively, but I'm not sure whether with the ball turning sharply both ways for the debutant, the other wrist spinner that Lamachane is going to have to face. It's a good piece of that. But how often is he going to be able to do it is the question. It's a maximum for Lamichane. Maybe a little bit of a statement to his teammates. That's the way we need it to be playing. They've allowed the debutant to bowl at him. Got that one into his hitting arc and gets it all the way for 6.
Well, we haven't seen a maximum in a very long time. Sandeep Lamichane coming out to the middle. First real sign of aggression from Nepal. And he picked the gap.
It's first 6 of the chase, would you believe? Been a day where they've been outthought. As Lamichane tries to go again, gets another good piece of it. He's going to get 4. Back-to-back boundaries to round out the 26.
And going out there and...
Other thing I think Nepal really need to reflect upon here, Canada have approached the defence of this over. There's 8 bowlers used in total. Balance of the team we felt was very heavily bowler weighted. What Canada have done is really the exact power play. Hayliger actually went for 7 straight. Akhil Kumar came in and replaced Sana, bowled nicely, picked up 1 for 10. And then the 2 spinners, they've been brought on and they've just been allowed to twirl away. They haven't needed to do anything complicated because the conditions have helped them. Yes, they fielded. And it's a simple game plan for conditions that are going to generally favour the bowling side here in King City. Pitch has played a bit better than we thought it would have. This one's edged away. Should be at least a single. They're going to take on the second, and Gulshan Jha is very nearly run out. He just gets home. The direct hit again showing Canada.
The runs are flowing a bit easier this time around. Good quick turn as well, but how close was this? Well, he slid his bat in early.
Well, very, very tight call. Again, we'll just try and get across to you. We're standing, we're sitting with a screen that we can barely see because it's so bright. It looked close.
It's a little hard to tell where that line is.
Yeah, because it's too tight to call.
Too tight for us on the replay.
Yes, correct. Gulshan Jha is a fine young batter. I think he's very low at number 9. We've seen him bat at number 3. Approach to his coach game and the confidence that he's instilled in these young men. Remember, Nepal's still a very young side. They were the youngest at that T20 World Cup. You do wonder sometimes with people kind of jumping up and down the order so much. And the bowlers bowling in several different areas and most brilliant glove work throughout the series in the Netherlands. It's going to be 4 byes against the name of Sherias Mova. But some runs starting to come now in this 8th wicket partnership.
Much needed as well. But credit to the new captain for Canada, Nick Curtin. He's marshalled his troops well today. He's rotated his bowlers well. And as you mentioned, Lenny, not overcomplicated the bowling changes.
He's hardly rotated his bowlers is really the point, isn't it? It's think about how many bowling changes he's made. It's 3.
Sometimes you don't need to fix what's not broken.
Yeah, and that's the point. When the conditions are in your favour, when things are going well, the modern game, we can massively overcomplicate it. You could see almost every over, Rohit Powell was thinking about the matchups. Okay, 2 left-handers and have to bowl the off-spinner. Well, hold on. Why? Why do you have to do that? As Lamichane tries to take on another big hit. I think he's got enough of this too. It's 6 more. Well, Sandeep Lamichane is there. The fans that have stayed on for Nepal are going to have some fun. He's flown to 16 off just 5. It was flighted up. And one wrist spinner takes down the other one.
Ansh Patel, he's going for a few runs thanks to Sandeep Lamichane. Again, clearing that front foot and in the arc. He swings the hands well. Harsh Patel was just a spectator out in the deep. Another maximum. And they've all come off the bat of Sandeep Lamichane.
thought the googly was coming. You've missed that live, sadly, but that's the one out of the back of the hand because the previous ball was picked by Lamachani. Knew it was a leg break, so knew he could hit with the arc of the delivery. This time he tries to take it away, and it's a big swing and a miss, and cleanly collected by Mova. Another googly. That'll be a wide. Very sharp turn on offer out there now. It's a bit rudimentary, isn't it, Lamachani's technique? It's touch agricultural, but it's quite entertaining to watch.
All that matters is the runs can come. Oftentimes we complicate technique as well. Sometimes it's just a matter of putting bat to ball and scoring some. And he's done just that, 16 off 7. And he looks like he's batting on a different track out there. Just the positivity and the flow of hands.
Well picked. He's realised that that was the googly, and despite the mix-up, they do get comfortably home for the single. I'm not sure why Ja didn't run immediately. 28 have been bowled. It's good over for Nepal, a bit more like it. This one's cut away. Again, Lamachani showing positive intent. Can he get back on strike? He will be able to run back for 2. Picks up the second.
Good positive batting from Sandeep Lamachani. He sped into double digits. Really showing his side. How to bat on this track.
Again, even though he hasn't beat the infield, it's a positive stroke, isn't it? You can see that the difference when there's been a bit of pressure put back on Canada. They're still in complete control here. But at least there's some fight being shown. It's being shown by Sandeep Lamachani. And that is going to be a dead ball. I don't think Sandeep Lamachani was ready. Almost, he thought about hitting it for a one-handed 6 at the end, didn't he? Here's the maximum into the leg side. It was a good strike. Back both of them together.
He's done well to clear that front foot, allow for some space to swing. He seemed very committed to the shot, and he executed both occasions.
Really quick through the air. Clever bowling. A gaggle of geese fly away across towards the north of King City.
They're going the wrong way.
We know they're safer up here.
They're supposed to.
Safer up north of the border.
Just got to fly over Ohio and get further south.
Oh, it's a strange old world we live in right now. This one's cut away. I think it's going to be good for my health once this election is over down in the United States. I'm not sure how much more of it I can take. Follow it all a bit too closely. I'm always interested in my American politics. It's such a knock-on effect. You'd see those effects here in Canada too, wouldn't you?
Globally, such an effect.
Leading edge squirts away into the offside. It's 4 from that over. Nepal, well, they're known as the cardiac kids for a reason. They never give you anything but heart-stopping moments. If they pull this off from here, we might need the blood pressure device on my left arm. 29 bowled, 1-1-3 for 7. Well, there we are. We'll give you a big wave because it's been a long day. We are in the sun, as you can see. We can't really see what's going on. We've got some liquids around us. Manali's doing a great job. Great to have her back with me. Andrew Leonard here alongside you. Namaste to everyone still staying up. I'm going to check my time in Kathmandu. It's always on the home screen of my phone. 3:05 a.m. And if you are staying with us at 3 a.m. back there in Canada, in Nepal, we've got to give you a lot of love, a lot of respect, and some warm thanks, some warm dandavads from us for staying with us. We're not sure where this game is going to go. Nepal have just got a bit of a partnership building thanks to their number 8 and number 9. Sandeep Lamachani is throwing everything he can at Canada. And credit to Nicholas Curtin. He's not going to take his young wrist spinner to the attack. He's going to back him. And with skills like he has, you can understand why. Another beautiful piece of bowling.
Incredible delivery, that. Right through the gap, sharp turn. Just jagging in past the leg stump. That is a lot of turn.
Could only see it in the second viewing. That was a stunner. And again, I don't think Gulshan Jazz picked that. So it's another googly, back to back.
This time he digs it out. But there's a lot of turn on offer for Ansh Patel. He's going to be watchful here. Gulshan Jha, he's going to need to watch out for that sharp turn coming into him. There's a slip in place as well for the one that might go the other way. Again, these wickets, these pitches at King City are very spin friendly, so no surprises to see some of the turn that we are here. They're known to turn square, and Ansh Patel's making good use of them.
Tossed up teasingly and again through the gate. Aaron Johnson cannot believe how this is missed. And there is no way that Gulshan Jha is picking which way the ball is going.
He's trying to play it off the pitch, and unfortunately it's too late by then. He is a quick spinner, Ansh Patel. Not a lot of flight on offer. Tries to get him in pretty quick.
Over pitch this time, and Jha takes the opportunity to pounce upon it and hit it away for 4. And the remaining Nepal fans are starting to find their voice, because Hayligger's dived over that out at long off, and an over where Patel could have maybe a Jha out 3 times. He gets hit for a boundary now.
Low full toss, just missing the length this time around. Ansh Patel a little too full, and it's been punished. Gulshan Jha will be happy with that boundary though. Faced a few tough deliveries before that.
Get us to the end of the 30th over. Patel has 2 remaining. Been so impressive on his one-day international debut. It's 117 for 7.
DHI हजुरहरूको घरमा पनि धेरै खुसी ल्याउनेछ. Wishing you all a happier home.
चिल्लो प्लास्टर मात्र गरेको बाहिरी भित्तामा एशियन पेन्ट्स ड्याम प्रुफ लगाइहाल्नुहोस्.
विदेशबाट ई सेवा मनी ट्रान्सफर मार्फत ई सेवा वालेटमा पैसा पठाउँदा काठमाडौँमा घर जित्ने मौका.
Stock fantasy.
Bring you that shot of the player receiving some treatment, maybe Sherry Asmova. See if we can show you the player that's down. I don't see the keeper out there, so I can only presume it's Mova. Nicholas Curtin's next to him.
Sometimes a stoppage of play can break the concentration for the batters. They're going to want to try and focus, keep focusing, because they're going well, these two, Sandeep Lamichhane and Gulshan Jha. And it is the keeper, Shreyas Mova, getting a little bit of treatment done. Not easy work, keeping in the hot sun. A lot of crouching. That back, the knees, they all take a toll. It's a tough position as you're in the action every single delivery.
Probably a good time to ask you to get in touch if you are watching on still. Tell us, we'd love to hear from you in terms of the most outrageous dedication from a fan. What have you done today to be able to tune in? Are you still up? Is there someone watching on from Australia maybe? What time? I don't even know what time it is down there. If it's 3 o'clock in the morning in Nepal, you might have gone through the night. So to get in touch, you can send me a message, Andrew Leonard at Cricket Badge on either Twitter or Instagram. You can get Manali Patel on, it's Manali Patel 615 on Instagram. Got to get you a blue tick, Manali. We'll sort that out. But yeah, get in touch. Use that hashtag CWCL2. We'd love to hear where you are watching from. We know it's been a frustrating day in terms of the production challenges we have. We can only apologise for those. We are, being honest, as frustrated as you are. And it's been, well, one of the more difficult days. There's been a number of reasons for it, primarily infrastructural issues with power and connectivity, internet connectivity. We are in a more rural part of Ontario here, but that is not to excuse the frustration that I'm sure you felt. But we would love to hear from you on the positive side of things. Who have you enjoyed watching today? How much did you like watching Nicholas Curtin bat? How good was he? What about Lalit Rajbanshi with the ball for Nepal? What about this little fight back from Sandeep Lamachani? Have Canada unearthed a real star in Ansh Patel? Is he someone that's going to go on to be a decade-plus player for Canada? I know it's early in his international steps, but he looks to have, well, the world in his left wrist, really, being honest with you. And yeah, get in touch, let us know where you're watching from, and we'll try to get to a few of those messages after the second drinks break, if Nepal can continue this rear guard. We've spoken about the Nepal team nickname, is always good to continue. The Cardiac Kids or the Rhinos, they've got multiple nicknames. What about for Canada? They're known as the Canucks in some sports.
Hockey.
Hockey, is that only hockey?
Yes, I believe so. I don't think we have any Canucks in cricket.
What's a Canuck? What is a Canuck?
What is that?
A Canuck.
I'm not actually sure what the official definition is, but
It's a Canadian.
it's a Canadian,
Yeah,
essentially,
Canadian,
yeah.
I suppose it's like, is it a bit probably less colloquial than a Yank for an American?
Yes.
It's kind of along those lines, isn't it? It's a somewhat slang term. But that's the hockey team that are known as the Canucks.
Correct.
Hockey is pretty popular here.
That's an understatement. That is an understatement.
Season must be getting going soon. Soon, is it, the NHL?
Very soon. In fact, we had the Edmonton Oilers in the NHL playoffs. The NHL finals, I should say, against the Florida Panthers last season. It's always good to see a Canadian side. It's too bad they couldn't quite come out on top in the season.
7 of the 32 of the NHL teams based north of the border up here in Canada. Whereas if you look at the other sports, really, baseball just won, isn't it? I think,
As with basketball.
Basketball just the one, the Raptors, is it? Okay, I thought there might have been a second. That'll get us to the end of the 31st. Good tight over from Sadbin Safar. It's 118 for 7. A few parts of the internet are telling me the Maple Leafers is one of the things that the Canadian cricket team is called.
I don't think I've ever heard that before, but I could be wrong. I mean, I know for a fact I personally have not heard that before.
This is what
Really?
I'm scared of everything.
It's a blood pressure
I'm a big
phobia.
softie.
Blood pressure phobia.
You should know that by now. Come on. It's not like the first time you're meeting me. You know I'm a big softie.
That's true. That's true. I mean,
A very, very angry big softie today with all the difficulties
you
we've
have
had.
been pacing around a bit, yes.
I've been just a wee bit upset because we always want to try and bring you the best possible broadcast we can. And today that just hasn't been possible. But let's hope that we can still serve up a fine finish. The wonderful thing about ODI cricket is you can never write a game off. When Nepal were reduced really to what looked to be the end of the contest at 80 for 7, you thought that was going to be that. That is the Nepali food truck doing great business over there. And I've got to give a big shout out to that van over who offered us some momos, but we were so busy trying to fix things during the interval we haven't been able to taste them yet. I promise we'll eat some at some point. Dylan Hayliger comes back in the attack and immediately creates a chance, and it's put down. I think it might be a little 1-2 off the gloves of Mova, then through the hands of Johnson. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Could have been the 8th wicket, could have been Hayliger's 4th. Instead, Lamachani is a life.
A lot of action out in the middle. And it's amazing how Dylan Hayliger's been the center of most of the action. He's brought back into the attack. And just as quickly as he comes in, he's created a chance. It's going to go down as a drop catch. And they do fly off when they're off the edge. Quick reaction time.
I think it might have been the toe of the bat. I don't think it was actually a regulation edge, like a top edge or an under edge. I think it was the toe of the bat, which probably made it a bit more difficult. And yeah, you want drama, you just come and watch Nepal. Somehow they seem to always serve it up. If they can get themselves back in a position, or even if they run victory close here, even by their standards, it'd be beyond their trademark. It'd be truly ridiculous. Canada just really need to get one now to break this up.
The Maple Leafers.
The Maple Leafers.
I think I'm gonna kick on with that. To be honest, let's try and go for it.
I did really like their World Cup jersey. I know a few people didn't. I thought it was
taking some inspiration from hockey.
Yeah, and that again that was from a Canucks team, a famous team of the 70s or something. I really liked it. I thought it was very striking. You needed to. I think you needed to have a really good physique to make it look good. I wouldn't have looked good in it. If you maybe a little bit of a belly, the maple leaf on the stomach.
I will get back to you.
Okay.
I will.
We'll talk about it off air.
Yes.
Okay.
But yes, a very good shirt, and I love all the history that they try to pull into it. A good concept.
Driven nicely. Will be a single. Lamachani probably won't be as comfortable against the pace and bounce, and that's why Curtin has made this change. He also keeps a couple of overs up the sleeve for the left arm wrist spinner, who might be quite effective against Karen KC, who'd be in next at number 10. Got to give credit to these two, though. They are showing fight and grit. They put on 40. Actually put it on in good time as well, in just 6 overs.
The only issue was that the slowdown from earlier on has brought up that required run rate so high. They need almost 8 runs and over.
Bowls him straight through, and Hayliger is maybe putting the crown on what is surely going to be a player of the match performance despite Curtin's excellence. It's been all about this man today. He made 30 off 27 with the bat. He really got that first innings going, and now he's got 4 wickets next to his name with a comprehensive dismissal of Sandeep Lamachani.
Trying to back away Sandeep Lamachani. It was a pretty full and straight delivery. Not really sure what the plan was when he tried to give himself some room. He's gone back to the hutch, though. 22 off 18 for him today. He gave it a decent...
Karen Casey to the crease. He's in at number 10. Wicket actually prompted the drinks break. The second and final one of the day is Hayliger. Well, is rounding out an inspired all-round performance. He's bowled 8. He's got 4 for 29. Nepal 120 for 8.
DHI हजुरहरूको घरमा पनि धेरै खुसी ल्याउनेछ. Wishing you all a happier home.
चिल्लो प्लास्टर मात्र गरेको बाहिरी भित्तामा एशियन पेन्ट्स ड्याम्प प्रुफ लगाइहाल्नुहोस्.
प्राकृतिक राख भएको विश्वासिलो गुणस्तरीय अनि राम्रो. नो कम्प्रोमाइज विथ धारा साउजी.
I think some important questions to ask Nepal once they're done with this game. What went wrong after that 38 over mark in the first innings? What could we have done better to limit those runs? Could we have done anything to pick up a couple more wickets? Were the bowling changes the right ones?
Being honest, I think they've been outplayed in all 3 areas. Bat, ball, and even in the field, even though they didn't feel poorly themselves, just because Canada have been so good in the field. And then critically, I think they've also been out-strategized. To a certain amount of that comes down to the captaincy. Rob Powell has had a day where some of the things that he has tried haven't really worked. But from a strategic point of view, Canada have got their selection spot on. They really have. They've given the debut to the left arm wrist spinners, had a big impact on the game. Here's Arnold Medella, the reserve umpire, who's just assisting with a change of ball. One of the ones that they weren't happy with. There's a bit of damage done to it, so Kalim Sana will get a slightly different one in his hands.
Nepal takes on Oman in 2 days' time as well, so they're going to want to make sure that they put this behind them. They figure out how to come back stronger. They're just below Oman on the points table of this League 2.
I'll tell you, Oman will be watching on and certainly thinking that they can plot a way past this Nepal side. There's shades of some difficult performances of a couple of years ago in this league during a different era, as the Seagull decides that, just as if we haven't had enough trials and tribulations today, maybe that he can be the centre of attention and hold up play a bit. Cherry-Smova manages to ward him off. I'm not sure I'd want to be standing where that Seagull's standing. If Gulshan Jah gets a cover drive here, oh, he could be in real trouble. Edged, and edge through the slips. But one hand on it from Dhaliwal. He does really well, actually. I mean, it's only a single. We're getting some messages in. Got to read you a couple of these. Here, Manali. Pukar Bhupal Singh, watching from the Gold Coast in Australia. I finished work at 6 a.m. Now it's 7:40 a.m. and I've watched every ball since from home. Nice message from Madishan Dahal, who's watching on from Brisbane in Australia. 7:26. It's not a good day for us, but we'll still cheer to the end. Love both you and Manali's voices. Thank you so much. Hearing from Sunil Sharma, watching on from Scotland on ICC TV. Nice to hear from you as well, from Ryanch, who's watching on from the UAE. 1:29 a.m. He says he's not going to bed till it's all over. And there's serious passion out there, isn't there? Sujan Trestra watching on, saying, not the start we were looking for. The batsmen have to value their wickets more. And he doesn't feel as though that they are. I think that's probably a fair comment.
Well, that's an interesting comment too, because they've been quite defensive as well. And the odd time that they've tried to be aggressive, they've ended up giving easy catches to the fielders. Nonetheless, it is quite incredible to see the support that the Nepalese come out with for their team. It's quite humbling to see how much you support your team.
Tucked around the corner by Karen KC. He's somebody again who, well, miracles that he's pulled off throughout his storied career for Nepal. You wouldn't rule him out having an impact on the game. Yet Gulshan Jha, very capable. For me, have Nepal just picked the slightly wrong team today? They've picked too many bowlers, not enough batters. Could probably easily see a team with both Arif Sheikh and Anil Shah in it. What that will mean, though, is at least one of Sampal Kami and Karen KC is going to have to miss out. And then, I suppose, who's the other one to miss out? Clearly, Gulshan Jha is someone you want in your team. He's got great all-round skills. Could Kushal Malla come under a little bit of pressure, potentially?
In 2 days' time, they play again on this ground. It's most likely going to be the same pitch as well. Do you reckon the changes are going to be against Oman? A very different side from Canada, a little bit weaker, I would say.
It's something actually we've been talking a lot about with the Irish and Scottish teams that cover a lot of both of their national sides, and really great to be in Edinburgh last week for Scotland Australia. It was a fantastic 3-match T20I series. Scotland didn't play nearly as well as they can. And it's something we were talking about at the end of the series with Doug Watson, their head coach, and he was very open to the fact that he thinks that they probably got it wrong. They were picking a lineup with Mark Watt batting at number 7. And Brandon McMullen was opening the bowling. He was batting 3. So he already had 6 bowlers in the team. And then Michael Leask, who's a very capable off-spinner, didn't bowl the entire week. So he had 7 bowling options. You don't need 7 bowling options. It's handy to have 6. 7's a real luxury. Nepal had 9 today. Kushal Bertel didn't bowl. Fans always want simple answers in defeats. There are no simple answers, but for me, they've definitely picked at least a bowler too many. 33 bowled, 1, 2, 3 for 8. That's not the only reason they've lost. They've been outplayed today. But I do question the balance of that side. And Ireland, again, I think it's the same. Mark Adair at 7 is a spot too high. They're underutilising George Dockrell and Paul Sterling and Curtis Campher and Harry Tector with the ball.
That being said, they do also have home ground advantage, so
then the leg side, that'll be given as a wide, Haliger into his 9th. And I agree with you, and I think they've done that balancing job after having some tricky balancing efforts in the Netherlands, where, I think in one of the games, Dilpreet Bajwa bowled for the first time in the 44th over. Pargat Singh was used with the ball. We haven't seen him yet today. Might actually be given a trundle with Gulshan Jha. And so there's Curtin bowled quite a bit too, didn't he? So there was times where the plans got complicated and muddied, and there was some cloudy thinking. Keep your game plan simple. Stick with at least your first game plan while things are going well. Big appeal here, and it's going to be 5. But what a day out Dylan Hayligger has had, and well may he celebrate. It's a first ever 5-wicket haul in one-day international cricket for the 34-year-old. He has trapped Ja LBW, and he's deserved every single bit of that. And the few Canadian fans that are here, they're outnumbered, but they're in big voice because they are just about to take a big win over Nepal.
Gulshan Jah, 15 off 27, and Dylan Hayligger, you have been an absolute beauty today. Good length that, just jagging in a little bit. And the umpire says that is out. Well, the Canadian boys, or the Maple Leafers, they're out there, they're celebrating, they look happy. Nepal 100 and a little bit of concern there. Regardless, that's going to be the end. The end for Jai, who's out there for quite some time as well. And we're down to the last wicket here for Nepal.
It's always going to be difficult for Nepal. I haven't played 50 over cricket in 7 months, all the way back to February 2024 when they hosted the first series in the return of ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Did get one game in Sri Lanka on the preparation tour, and then they did play a 50 over game here, but that's not the same.
And it's unfortunate, isn't it, when you spend the time, the effort, and the money to go and get a training tour in before a very important series, and then to have it marred by rain. Well, you would know all about that. You were you were in Noida very recently.
Bad luck charm for some of that rain occasionally. The Irishman, always blame the Irishman, Manali. Nicely bowled. Lalit Rajbanchi's a very defensive batter. He will just try and survive this and allow Karen KC to have some fun at the far end.
Not really sure we can blame you for that when you spend way too much time out of Ireland. Practically live on the road.
I do live on the road, pretty much, being honest. And somebody recently described me. I took this as probably the greatest compliment I've ever received, but then I realised they didn't mean in terms of looks. They said, "You're a bit like George Clooney, Lenny, aren't you?" I said, "Oh, well, I don't think so." Bold as a coot, the tackle die. They meant the up-in-the-air character in the film, where he played the man who accumulated more air miles than anyone across the North American skies. Great movie, that, if you've never seen it.
I think we had a conversation about movies the last time you were here.
Well, Up in the Air, particularly good one.
I'll add it to my list of other unwatched movies.
It's a belter.
I'm busy getting through the Frozens and the Inside Out.
Are you still on the kids?
I'm still on the kids
are still
movies.
They control the
Bluey.
Netflix or the Amazon.
The amount of Bluey we watch in our house.
I love kids, but I'm not sure I could let them take the telly away from me. That'd be my issue. I'd be like, "Sorry, we're watching the cricket." The 2-year-old would be saying to me.
You know what? My kids are not really into cricket.
Yet.
I hope it stays that way, in all honesty. I think
we
don't try and keep the TV on for too long anyway.
Exactly, get them out playing cricket in the park.
Exactly, you go out and you do things. You don't need to sit and watch it. Not at that age.
Play your cricket, watch your cricket, love your cricket. One of the great gifts we have. Interesting fielding position coming in. Bit of a leg gully. Harsh Thacker, that is. Rajbanchi's actually pretty canny with the bat. He's not going to get you runs, but he won't give his wicket away. I think the last bit of joy might be KC trying to bomb a few straight sixes, but Nepal have been, well, horrendously outplayed here. And I don't think either of us really saw this coming.
No, we're expecting a much closer contest, and I think the difference was those ladder runs that Canada put on the board. Had they been around that 200 mark, it would have been a different contest altogether.
For the moment, Rajbanchi survives. What a sensational spell it's been from Dylan Hayligger. He's bowled 9 overs. He's taken 5 for 30, his first 5-wicket haul in one-day international cricket, a moment in a day that he's not. Second innings was the one for the 8th wicket, 40 that Lamachane and Gulshan Jah put on.
Kaleem Sana is the only one who hasn't picked up a wicket yet from all the bowlers used by Canada, so I'm sure he'll want to try and finish with this last wicket.
Almost surprised KC's taken the single there. Partially as a show of faith in Rajbanchi's defence, I suppose, but partially that KC might prefer to try to get the spinners back on and then bomb a few down the ground, just really just for a bit of personal form at this stage. This game is long gone. 129 more required. Some very glum looking fans around King City here.
I think it also comes down to whether they want to bat out the overs or whether they want to try and go swinging. I mean, the contest is going to be pretty tight from here on for Nepal. They need 129 of 94 deliveries. That equation doesn't seem too big of a deal, especially with the introduction of T20 cricket. But when you're 9 wickets down...
I thought I was an optimist. Ali, this game is done, whatever Karen KC does. KC could hit a rapid 50. It will merely be a footnote in a game that's been a massive win for Canada. And great credit to them. They waited a long time to get ODI cricket back to home soil. They played really impressively. They've definitely come in with some pretty strong game plans. They were criticised, and rightly so, about their performances in the Netherlands, but Karim Chauhan, who was kind of thrust into that role quite late for that tour, might have had a little bit more preparation for this one. And Canada, in their home conditions, they're showing that they'll still be a formidable team, even without the leadership of Pupadu Dasanayake anymore, who ironically, from what we gather, we'll wait for the exact details, but I think he's going to be involved with the Oman setup. Well swayed out of the way of by Rajbanshi. So if you count USA, Canada, Nepal, and now Oman, it means Pupadu Dasanayake will have been involved in a coaching capacity with half of the Cricket World Cup League 2 teams.
And he's shown great success too, hasn't he? Such an experienced campaigner. Had a chat with him recently as well, and he's going to do something a bit different. He's joining the world of franchise cricket. He's partnered up with one of the franchisees. He's got 5 tournaments lined up back to back.
So he's already been announced for the Zim Afro T10, playing a miss from Rajbanshi. And a lot of these franchise leagues now, there's kind of similar ownership involved, isn't there, in some of the teams? So there's, I think, a Sri Lanka T10 too, no doubt. You'd imagine a Nepal Premier League side, which we haven't really spoken about much yet, but that's filling the fans with a lot of excitement coming at the end of November with the 8 franchise teams. I don't think they've announced the coaches yet, but you'd imagine he could be a banker for one of them.
I believe he is one of the coaches there, is he not? I'm actually not sure, but
I don't think
he did mention he's got 5 lined up. I don't know which ones.
Nothing announced yet. But it wouldn't surprise you if he ends up as the head coach of one of those teams, with all his connections with Nepal. Much love there. Rajbanshi watches the rest of the over out, and might just be a little bit of frustration in the late evening sun for Canada. The shadow's really lengthening. It's 125 for 9.
He did mention to me.
First for Canada, then for USA. And just a really good record everywhere he's gone. He was involved twice, wasn't he, with Canada to help gain them their ODI status. Everywhere he's gone, he's had a big impact. The talk is that obviously that partnership with Cricket Canada has gone permanently now, and it's only an interim head coach, so we believe Karim Chauhan has been, but he'll be wanting a successful home series here to try and rubber stamp the job permanently going forward.
Turn things around from that Nepal or that Netherlands series that was quite hard to swallow for Canada.
Now an edge, and it could well be 6. No, it won't be. It was misjudged, really, to be honest. Ended up being a good effort from Akhil Kumar, but he came in when he needed to go back. And actually, if he just stayed where he was, he probably could have taken a couple of steps, pouched it there, and it all would have been over. Instead, KC survives, and Hayligger's robbed of what would have been a remarkable and a superb 6.
He's got 4 deliveries left here, Dylan Hayligger. And it was almost game over. Popping up in the air. Frustration for the bowler, frustration for the players. It's going to go down as a drop catch, a missed opportunity.
I don't think he ended up getting a hand on it, did he? Just a complete misjudgment. As Rajbanshi drives Hayligger, I'm not sure he'll like that too much. If he stood, he's quite deep there at backward point, probably 28, nearly 30 yards away. If he stood where he was and took 2 steps back, you always want your fielders to anticipate, so you can't discourage that. But he just got a bad read on the trajectory of it, didn't he?
I think it's a bit tough fielding where he is as well. The sun is directly in front of him. It's quite blinding to judge through the sun.
It's a low sun now as well. You're spot on. Does have the cap and sunglasses on. Just a misjudgment. The way it sprung off the bat, he might have thought he needed to come in and dive forward, but that wasn't the case at all. And Hayliger, well, probably will never come closer to a six-fer than that. Still has a chance. Can he get past Raj Banshi? What a day out he has had. Dylan Hayliger, sensational.
He still has 2 deliveries to come. He could still finish this.
I don't think he's going to throw that because he doesn't want the run out. He wants he wants the 6th wicket next to his name. Been a great servant, isn't he, for Canadian cricket, Dylan Hayliger, born down in Guyana, like Jeremy Gordon is his great pal. Probably not as quick as he once was, but still very effective.
Well, he's just shown all his class today. 5 for 31 with the ball. Got a good piece of the action with the bat as well. 30 off 27 deliveries, and really it's the change in momentum when he came in.
It's not going to be 6, but it was still a day to remember. 30 runs with the bat and a first ever 5-wicket haul in Canadian colours for Dylan Hayliger. 10 overs, 5 for 31 he will finish with, and the 36 bowled. It's 126 for now.
Especially because if they want to try and salvage this series, taking on Oman next.
Derry Power gets it right into a hitting arc that he enjoys. Not straight down the ground, but still with a straight bat over extra cover. A couple of bounces and for his first boundary.
Kaleem Sana's looking for that first wicket. Instead, he's just hit for a boundary here. He hasn't quite found his rhythm today. And this sat up quite nicely for the batter, playing it through the line and straight down to that VIP section here at King City.
Yeah, I don't think he's bowled badly by any stretch, and just sometimes you have those days, don't you, where your opening partner at the other end gets all the wickets and you beat the outside edge several times and you can't seem to buy a wicket. Lots of messages coming in. Paraj Dungal watching on from Los Angeles. He says he's so disappointed with the Nepal batting effort, lacking game awareness and don't seem to have the aptitude for the fight. Also hearing from Amrit Karla watching on from Kathmandu, 3:27 in the morning. Says it's always the same problem. They don't wait at the crease long enough. I'll be happy if they can bat the 50 overs, even if they lose. Well, going to take a tall task from here, from numbers 10 and 11 to do that. And it will matter little. I like this message from Santosh. He's watching on from Japan. He's watched every ball. It's 6:42 a.m. Santosh, I love your dedication. Might be time for some sleep.
I don't think he's got a wink in there. That's an all-nighter. I hope he's got no work tomorrow because he'll be sleeping at work.
Sunil is still hoping for a famous Nepal victory. Says the Cardiac Kids, if anyone can do it, they can. Sandesh is watching on from South Korea. There really is a Nepalese diaspora right the way across the globe. Raman Bhattarai watching on from Australia. You saw the scenes there in Texas. I was there in person during that Netherlands game. That was quite remarkable. It was hugely emotional too, wasn't it?
I was there as well, and it was mind-boggling. It was just a sea of Nepal, really.
A sea of blue, red, and for those with the New Jersey, gold.
The 4 lone Netherlands fans. Felt a little outnumbered there. But beautiful scenes. At an incredible facility as well.
I'm not sure how that's missed. Another one that somehow evades the stumps and the edge for Kalim Sana. 37 bowled, 1-3-1 for 9. And just when I thought I'd heard of every single country that has been watching cricket on these broadcasts around the world, hearing from Sisai, who's watching on from Somalia on ICC TV at 20 to midnight. He says he's got a flight at 8 a.m. in the morning. He's missing Arif and Anil in the squad today. They should definitely be in the next team, and that they should have used more spin. Ritik Pandey watching on from Germany. Chandra Manai Nirala, you won't believe this one, watching on from Sierra Leone in West Africa. Today the Rhinos have been disappointing, but still I have hope. It is remarkable how far our game now spreads thanks to these live broadcasts.
And thanks to the fans.
KC goes downtown, man out there, just over his head. Hayliger, well, it would have been the perfect day if he'd somehow plucked that out of the sky like Michael Jordan, but instead, in one of Karen KC's favourite scoring zones, he's going to get 6.
Well, a 6 after a long time. Karen KC trying to bring some aggression towards the end of this innings.
I'll tell you one thing, you missed a ball there that KC's just kept out. If these teams aren't prompt with their overs, I think they should be okay with the over rate because of the number of spinners that'll be in and around the teams. We could see light becoming a real issue. This will just be a single, this one. It's 6:05 local time now. Bowl those remaining 13 overs take nearly the best part of an hour.
So it starts to get dark about 7:30, 7:40 local time now. The days are starting to get shorter and shorter. Moving closer to the winter months here in Canada. Typically in the summer we don't get sunset until about 9:30. But now, yeah, definitely losing daylight. We did start an hour later this morning.
And that'll be the way throughout the series. That's now confirmed. The dew being the reason for that they were getting in the previous days. 38 have been bowled. It's 138 for 9.
DHI हजुरहरूको घरमा पनि धेरै खुसी ल्याउनेछ. Wishing you all a happier home.
पैसा भन्ने कुरा जुन बेला पनि चाहिन सक्छ. ठाउँको ठाउँ पैसा पठाउन मिल्ने. फोन पे त मेरो लागि एकदमै सजिलो उपाय हो. पैसा पठाऊ ठाउँको ठाउँ. फोन पे डिरेक्ट नगद छोडौ फोन पे गरौ.
चिल्लो प्लास्टर मात्र गरेको बाहिरी भित्तामा एशियन पेन्ट्स ड्याम्प प्रुफ लगाइहाल्नुस्.
विदेशबाट ई सेवा मनी ट्रान्सफर मार्फत ई सेवा वालेटमा पैसा पठाउँदा काठमाडौँमा घर जित्ने मौका.
Watching on from Canberra in Australia. He's listening to the game in the commentary whilst driving a car. I hope you're not watching the pictures as well. Keep your eyes on the road, my friend. He says, let's go Rhinos. Pragyan Shrestha watching on from Sydney. Hasn't slept since 1 a.m. I called in sick to work, but don't tell anyone, he says. Maybe I shouldn't have read your full name out. Apologies, it's a change of bowling. Let's see Akil Kumar come on. Milan Batrai watching on from Canberra. 7:30 a.m. and I've watched throughout the night. I would never miss a ball of Nepal playing. A lot of Nepalese down in Australia, isn't there?
Well, we're talking Australia. You just told me Somalia.
Sierra Leone.
I mean, literally everywhere.
They're two new ones for me. I've got to give you that. Nicely driven by KC. Sabin Pandey watching on. Says he likes the way that Sandeep tried to fight. Sarvesh watching on from India. He's watching on fan code. He says 3 a.m. here. He would love to see Nepal win. I'm not sure whether that's going to be possible from here. Tilak Sapkota watching on from the United States. There are literally almost every corner of the globe being touched by predominantly Nepalese fans. Quite remarkable. They're not too happy right now, I suspect, given Canada's dominance. How much of it do you put down to Canada being really good today, and how much to Nepal being probably fairly under par?
It's It's a tough question. I feel that Nepal started very well in the first innings. They had put the pressure on, especially the opening batters really struggled for Canada today. The bowling was tight, almost no extras. The fielding was incredible as well. That struck
ball.
on the...
That's nasty, isn't it?
Never a good feeling to get one on the gloves. Akhil Kumar comes back into the attack.
A bit quicker than he looks, isn't he, Akhil Kumar? Definitely, he's slippery.
He skids on. He surprises you with the pace. I think it's a combination of both, though. I feel like they had a good stronghold of the Canadian lineup earlier on, and then it just let it slip a bit with the bowling. And once that total became a little too large, Canada took hold of the game, and they just never let go of the dominance.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. I think it's definitely a combination of the two factors. Nepal have played under expectations and under par by their high standards after a great, what's been nearly 2 years now under Monty Desai, about 18, 20 months under Monty Desai. But Canada, the way they've turned it around since what was a bit of a tour de horribilis, if you will, there in the Netherlands, really impressive. And great credit to Nicholas Curtin in particular, because there was questions asked of him, I think, and to lead from the front with runs, to get one of his best all-rounders stepping up in Dylan Haylager, and then for the selectors and coach to get everything right. It's been a remarkable comeback. 39 bowled, 139 for 9. Anyone in South America watching? That's the only part of the world we haven't had, isn't it?
Spin comes back in. Saad bin Zafar, he's been incredible with the ball so far. The Pacers just keeping that ball outside the line of the off stump. Oftentimes the batters are just leaving it. Need to try and make them play if you want to pick up a wicket here. It's the last wicket. Nepal's holding on. They're trying to hold on for every delivery down to the 50th over.
Guided away. Nice little bit of touch from Karen Casey. Should get 4. Well, there's a few Nepal fans who are seeing it right through to the bitter end here. And they're giving a little bit of applause, but these are merely footnotes in a match that's been one of real dominance. Maybe the goal is to take it down to less than a 100-run victory. This is a good shot.
Well placed, well timed, and just beats the fielder. Bit of a late push from Karen Casey.
Beats the outside edge slower through the air. Nice to hear from Sandriv Shrestha, who's watching on from Sweden. So fans enjoying the action from Scandinavia. Fan here from Malta. As KC goes big, goes downtown and gets 6. It's gone a long way into that retaining net. It is an area he adores to hit. Only a fraction over pitched. And KC showing up many of his batters above him in the order.
Well, that wicket seems a bit farther away for Canada. Karen Casey is doing well here. Down to the 9th wicket, and this one struck straight down the ground. Takes the attack back to Saad bin Zafar. Maximum here. 105 required off 61 deliveries. Dare I say it, Lenny? You said I was optimistic. It's doable.
Yeah, I absolutely.
Need you to snap out of it here, Manali. even the very most optimistic fan.
Mathematically, definitely possible.
Yes. If they were 149 for 5, I would say we've got a game on, 100%. But yeah, right now this game is just one ball away from being all over, and that's the very grim reality for Nepal fans. There's no doubt about that. But again, credit to this 10th wicket partnership. It's worth 25. It's only 7 shy of the all-time record for Nepal in ODI cricket. Of course, Karen Casey was involved in that one as well.
You've been a few times to Canada. You got anything planned? We've got a couple of days off as well.
Yeah, big plan the next 36 hours. Probably the biggest of the tour, actually. I may sleep for 28 of the next 36 hours because I cannot remember ever being this tired. 40 have been bowled. It's the end of the second power play. The 150 comes up, 150 for 9. Fans were, and actually all the Black Caps fans were too, and not get a single ball in. That was tough. And after the highs of a wonderful Scotland-Australia series, best part of 10,000 fans across 3 days there. And then just the way it fell, I had to get to Spain. Zakil Kumar finds the edge and is going to end it all. They will get to 150, they'll get no more, and it's going to be a dominant 103-run victory for Canada. They have outclassed the opposition. The visitors who've come all the way from the Himalayas to here outside Toronto. Canada exceptional. Nepal a lot of work to do, but I don't think anybody can argue about the result, and it's a big, big win on this Cricket World Cup League 2 table. For the Canucks, the Maple Leafers, the men in red, whatever you want to call them, Canada elated in their first ODI on home soil for 11 years. They are big winners.
No small margin there. Canada winning by 103 runs. Nepal bowled out for 150 and 40. Never really had it with the bat for Nepal, unfortunately, today. Handshakes all around, and they are happy, Canada, as they should be. Also some relief for Nick Curtin, the skipper. He's picked up his first win as captain of Canada. Turning things around from a tough tour in the Netherlands.
Don't tend to get too many one-sided games in this league. We've actually had a couple of one-sided matches in the same day. And it's the teams from North America celebrating in a big way. USA big winners over Namibia down in Windhoek, and here on home soil it's Canada who will be so delighted after a winless tour in the ODI format in the Netherlands. They bounced straight back to form. They picked up a 5th win already in this Cricket World Cup League 2 series. That's from just 9 games. Keeps them very much in the mix of keeping their record above 1 win every 2 games, and to finish in the top 4 you're almost certain to need to do that. And what a performance it's been. We'll get a quick look at the cards. Manali, the batting for Nepal, well, really disappointing. So much so, in fact, that the top scorers in the innings, they're right down at the bottom of the card. Karen KC with 27 and Sandeep Lamachani with 22.
And never really got going. They were struggling from the time that they came out with the bat. A couple of chances here and there with Asif Sheikh 20.
And 6 of those for Canada. And they all, well, really, including Kalim Sana, who was wicketless, performed exceptionally, I thought. The show, how good was he?
Canada managed 253 runs in their innings. Nepal struggling all the way to the 40th over, bowled out for 150.
Let's get one quick look at the points table before we leave you from here in the commentary box with the news that Canada leaped Scotland back up to 2nd place in the table, and they might just have their eyes on the Dutch by the end of this series. They'll have 3 more games, 3 more chances to add to that total and tally here. They've been really good today, and Nepal are going to be asked a lot of questions this evening, and indeed going forward in this campaign. Maybe a few demons of that initial campaign where they so nearly lost ODI status before the miraculous comeback to get to Zimbabwe are starting to haunt them. They'll have better and brighter days ahead. Manali, I want to thank you so much for your thoughts today. Really enjoyed being with you. If not all the challenges we had, we can only promise we'll try and work on those for Wednesday.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lenny.
Always good to be with you. Stay with us. We'll hear from both captains and we'll speak to what will surely be the Dylan Hayliger Player of the Match award winner as well in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere too far. Our apologies again for all our difficulties today. We want to thank you for joining us. We want to thank you for all your kindness and your comments and your support. And we'll speak to you very soon.